Robbins here outside of Kidder's house at the corner of Delamo and Hawthorne, where athletes big and small continue to get their game on, even though it may look a little different during the coronavirus pandemic.
Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting of December 1st, 2020. Call the meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
Here. Councilmember Chen.
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Here.
Councilmember Griffith.
I'm here.
Councilmember Kalani.
Present.
Councilmember Matucci.
I'm here.
Mayor Fury.
Here. Council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, public employee performance evaluation, 14B, public employee appointment, and 14C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. The closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Sections 54957B1 and 54956.9D4. We return at 7 p.m.
Here.
Councilmember Chen.
Hello, hello.
for December 1st, 2020. We've been in executive session. I'm calling the meeting back to order at this point. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for joining us tonight. Once again, we're meeting virtually due to the ongoing pandemic. We hope that you had a happy and healthy and safe Thanksgiving. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention the surge in cases after the holiday weekend. Today, Los Angeles County reported 7,593 new COVID-19 cases. 7,593 reported today, which I believe is the highest number ever. I can't thank you all enough for your patience during this pandemic, but I have to ask you all to, once again, limit your time outside of your home. Please limit outings to essential tasks and business only. It is critical for us to slow the spread and avoid impacts to the capacity of our hospitals. We expected this second wave of the coronavirus, but the sooner we can slow the spread, the faster we can resume normal operations. Our businesses are hurting. Los Angeles County executive orders make it extremely difficult for them to operate. I urge you all to start tonight, take out Tuesday, and place an order with one of our local restaurants. Support them today so that they can continue to be here tomorrow. Buy local. We've done our best to accommodate businesses and help them navigate these orders, but we need your help now too. While we continue to fight for our businesses by contacting our state, county officials, shop and support our small businesses. In our efforts to support each other, we are asking you to put your money where your heart is. We are in this together. Lastly, I want to give a warm welcome to the newest member of our executive staff. John LaRosse has joined Torrance as the new Community Services Director. John comes to Torrance with more than 30 years of experience in professional, not-for-profit, and local government sectors. For the past 5 years, he served as the Community Services Director for the City of Redondo Beach, where he was responsible for the operation and programming of 17 community, recreation, and cultural facilities. Welcome aboard, John. We appreciate you joining the team. It's important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you to those of you who met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record. But for those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3a, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general oral by telephone call-in. The only exception to this 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to agenda-sized hearings will be taken as part of that hearing. And tonight we have item 10A, which will be a public hearing. You may participate by calling in to the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404. Again, 310-618-2404. And will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when calling in. Please be aware that our call center is very, very busy, taking multiple phone calls. So you may get a busy signal when you call in. But if this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda will be a flag salute and followed by an invocation. Flag salute tonight will be by Councilmember Goodrich, followed by the invocation by Councilmember Griffith. I turn it over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll be doing the flag salute, so if you would please face the flag if you're able to, place your hand over your heart, and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance.
Thank you.
Now that we are reaching the end of this year, there is so much more to ask for help and guidance with. COVID-19 has dealt a devastating blow to the world these past 9 months. The disease itself has taken a significant toll on the human population. And just as unfortunate, due to the reactions taken to the disease, and unfortunately typically not discussed, are the impacts and devastation being caused as a result of the actions that world leaders have or have not taken to try to slow or stop the disease. This is the unspoken damage being done. Mental illness, loneliness, addictions, suicides, domestic upset and violence, just to name a few. As leaders, we need to be considerate of the impacts of all of our decisions, both short-term and long-term, and to find the balance. The obvious and the second-hand impacts are all important to pay attention to. For that, I ask for wisdom and guidance as we continue to try to move forward in these most difficult times. Let us pray to protect our healthcare workers and first responders, and for the hope that soon there will be an end to all the devastation. Amen.
Thank you, gentlemen. May I have a report of the city clerk on the posted agenda?
Yes, Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Wednesday, November 25th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Move to waive further reading of the agenda.
Councilmember Griffin.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is Adam Chapari, the city manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 6A, resolution honoring John Jones of the Community Services Department upon his retirement from the city of Torrance after 40 years of service. Item 7, oral communications. Item 9A, provide COVID-19 recovery update and determine direction on orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. Item 9B, set the file fiscal year 2020-21 first quarter budget review report and approve program modifications. And item 9C, discuss and provide direction on emergency medical service EMS transport program. And lastly, item 10A, consider appeal of planning commission denial without prejudice of a precise plan of development to allow first and second story additions to an existing one-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 22528 Warmside Avenue. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Which takes us to council committee meetings and announcements. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The Armed Forces Day Special Standing Committee met yesterday to receive an update on the planning activities for the 2021 Armed Forces Day Parade and celebration. Because of the cancellation of last year's event due to the COVID-19 pandemic, staff will return with an item at the December 15th City Council meeting to determine which military branch will be honored, and the name and sequential number of the annual event, and also a recommended deadline date in which a decision to cancel the event must be made in consideration of public health orders. Staff also reported that a survey of the planning participants suggests that the ability for the military branches to support the event is fluid, given the ongoing pandemic and potential reassignments. Thank you.
Thank you. Fire Chief Martin Cerna.
Good evening, Your Honor. Thank you. The Torrance Refining Company will be conducting their monthly test of the Community Alert Siren. The test will be conducted on Wednesday, December 2nd at approximately 11:30 a.m. As a reminder, this is only a test. The monthly test is described as follows. 1 minute all clear chimes will proceed and follow a 2-minute siren tone. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard in areas beyond the reach of the chime. During a real emergency, when you hear sirens, shelter, shut, and listen. Shelter in place means if at home and you're outdoors, go inside, close all vents, windows, and doors, and listen for instructions on local cable and radio. If driving, continue driving, close windows and vents, and turn your radio to 1620 AM City Sounds. For additional information, please contact the Torrance Refining Company's Community Relations. Their phone number is 310-212-1852. Again, that's 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alerts. For additional information regarding Torrance Alerts, please visit the City of Torrance's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. I have a couple of announcements. The Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee virtual meeting is scheduled for Thursday, December 10, 2020, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss the 2020-2022 priority projects and grant funding opportunities on the federal level. And now, this year more than ever, we want to keep the spirit of our season alive. Our holiday traditions will continue at our council meetings with just a little twist this year due to COVID-19. This has been a challenging year for all of us in the City of Torrance. Our hope is to lift your spirits and bring you joy as we approach the holiday season and look forward to a fresh start in 2021. I think I get agreement from everyone on that. An invocation from Rabbi Didi Thomas with Temple Emet on Tuesday, December 8, 2020, will start our Hanukkah celebration. On December 15th, a performance by the Torrance Civic Chorale will be shown during our council meeting. Please mark your calendars to join us to spread some holiday cheer to our community. So the next two meetings are important to get back, to get into the seasonal feelings that we all are so used to. Let's do something that's quasi-normal to end 2020. Which brings us on to the next item, which is community matters. 6A, I think we need a number and title on this.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2020-128, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Community Services Director John R. Jones upon his retirement from the city after 40 years of service.
Whereas John Jones began his career with the City of Torrance as a recreation coordinator in the Parks and Rec Department on November 30th, 1980. He was promoted to the position of Recreation Programs Administrator on April 8th, 1990. The Parks and Rec and Library Departments were merged in 2005. John was appointed Community Services Director on January 27th, 2008. Embracing his role as a department head, John brought his energy and love for the city and worked hard to make Torrance a wonderful place to live, work, play, and visit. Or in John's words, just another day in paradise. And
whereas, throughout his illustrious tenure as a department head, John's caring attitude, affable personality, and high energy influenced those who worked for him to do their best for the community and encouraged them to strive towards attaining their personal and professional goals. His extensive knowledge of the city's parks and recreation history and its benefits made him an invaluable asset to the department programs and its staff. John's enduring positive attitude, infectious sense of humor, and steadfast loyalty built countless sustainable friendships over the years that will no doubt continue into his retirement. John not only was truly committed to his profession, but more importantly to the people he met through the course of his career. And
whereas John's enthusiasm carried over from his beginnings as a sports commentator for flag football to greeting patrons at the Turkey Trot Fun Run, assisting with the establishment of the Torrance Certified Farmers Market, overseeing countless leagues and summer musicals, and serving as master of ceremonies for citywide special events. No request for John's services was too small nor beyond his reach. He wholeheartedly accepted all requests, did his best, and excelled in his efforts. And
whereas John provided leadership and motivation in the development of many significant community projects, including the D. Hardison Sports Center, Seaside Heroes Park, Toyota Sports Complex, Pueblo Park Community Center, Wilson Park Amphitheater, bocce courts at Columbia Park, the splash pad at Wilson Park. He was very involved in several professional organizations, including the Southern California Municipal Athletics Federation, the Bay Area Municipal Athletic Association, and the California Parks and Recreation Society. And
whereas John served as a valued member of numerous city teams and committees, including the Budget Review Team, Strategic Plan Review Committee, City Students and Government Day Committee, and coordinating the 2014 AYSO National Games. His professional insight in organizing large-scale citywide events was unparalleled in delivering quality entertainment and sporting events for the community to enjoy. And
whereas during his 40-year career with the city, John has distinguished himself by the genuineness of his character, his passion for public service, and his commitment to enriching the community. His loyalty to his profession and devotion to his staff is reflected in his successful career and the profound impact his years of service have had on the quality of life for the citizens of Torrance. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, does hereby commend, honor, and congratulate John R. Jones for his dedication, professionalism, and contributions to the City of Torrance while in our employ, and be it further resolved that we extend every wish to John for a full, rewarding, and enjoyable life in his retirement years. Introduced, approved, and adopted this first day of December 2020.
Mayor, I believe that you are on mute.
John, I believe that Aram has a few words to say.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate that very much. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement, John. On behalf of the city's executive management team and the City of Torrance employee family, past and present, I want to thank you for your 40 years of dedication to Torrance, commitment to public service, and the high level of energy you brought with you to each and every event, meeting, budget deliberation, and departmental operation discussions. I'm sure I share the sentiment by our recently retired city manager, Mr. Jackson, when I say that throughout our tenure with the city, we could always count on John for his institutional knowledge, willingness to take on any project, and always bringing his enthusiasm, positive attitude, and can-do approach. John consistently shared with us his passion for public service and reminded us all of our obligation as city employees to embrace our role as stewards of the public's resources, including our open space, libraries, parks, and recreational programs. Even on his way out, John gifted me and the executive team with challenge coins to remind all of us of our role as public employees and remind us that teamwork makes the dream work. Literally, that's what it says on the coin. Well, John, I carry the coin in my pocket every day because it's behind my employee badge and security fob, and will fondly remember your contributions to the success of Team Torrance. You will forever remain Community Service Director Emeritus and will be welcomed with open arms to the city. In closing, I wish you good health, longevity, and many unforgettable memories with Lisa and your family as you embark on the next chapter of your life. Thank you, John, and congratulations. Mayor, I also want to take this opportunity to welcome John LaRocque, who will replace John Jones as our next Community Service Director, and John has to continue the legacy of John Jones. Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, I'm sure you have a few words to say.
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Wow, that was Pretty awesome. Thank you, Aram, for the very kind words. And you know my passion is always behind what I do, even in retirement. Your Honor and members of City Council, thank you so much for the great and very kind words and great memories. These past 40 years have been truly a wonderful journey in which I have been allowed to share my passion with all of you, and most importantly, with our residents of Torrance. I've been really fortunate to have a few key mentors that helped shape me into the person I am today, starting with Mr. Gene Barnett, who always told me that in every decision, always keep your focus on what is best for our Torrance community. I also very much appreciated the mentorship of Mr. Leroy Jackson and Mrs. Mary Giordano, who gave me the opportunity to lead this awesome Community Services Department team. In addition to these mentors, I've been blessed to have the privilege to work with many professional and deeply committed executive team members, as well as so many passionate and caring city public servants who work diligently every day to make the city of Torrance the best place to live, work, and play. I also want to provide a special thank you to my Community Services Department team members who never cease to amaze me with their abilities to provide high-quality programs and safe park facilities, who always rose to the occasion to take care of our Torrance residents, even over the past 9 months through a cyber attack, COVID, and financial challenges. These individuals are truly extraordinary and have demonstrated their ability to show empathy and care for all of our Torrance residents during these very difficult times. Most importantly, I want to thank my beautiful wife, Lisa, and my children, Michael and Megan, and my son-in-law, Alex, for allowing me to serve the residents of Torrance for all of these years. They've allowed me to miss various family events and sporting activities while I was needed at work. You know, I've always considered the Community Services Department an extension of my own family, as I have very fond memories of bringing my family along with me to our department's numerous events and activities, and having my children participate in the programs and classes that our department provides to the community that take place 7 days a week throughout the year. This journey has been extremely exciting and sometimes challenging for me, but through it all, it has always been enjoyable. I cannot thank the City of Torrance enough for providing me this once-in-a-lifetime experience, and I want to thank my Lord and Savior for providing me the wisdom through this journey. I really don't know what the future holds for me, but I can confidently say that I have accomplished my mission for the City of Torrance, and I'm very excited as to the future of this awesome department. I am confident that the Community Service Department is in good hands and will continue to thrive in service to our Torrance residents. Thank you all so much for supporting my passion and my vision for the City of Torrance and for allowing me to serve our residents for the past 40 years. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you, John. You've been a tremendous public servant over those 40 years. The President Council and myself are just fortunate to have had the opportunity to work with you during the period of time we did work with you. And those who came before us had that same honor to work with you. Your passion for this community it exceeds words. You've done a fantastic job. You're handing it over to a very skilled person in John LaRock, but truly you will be missed personally by myself, my colleagues on the council, and those 149,000 or so people who are running around here calling themselves our constituents or our citizens. Every day they are touched by something that you had something to do with in the Community Services Department. They may not even know it, but in reality, community services means just exactly what it says, community services. And you have been one of the best community servants we've had. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, team.
We move on to the next item, which is 6B.
Your Honor,
I'll take a number and title.
roll call vote.
Oh, I guess I do need a motion to adopt the resolution. Otherwise, John does not get to retire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my honor to make a motion to adopt resolution number 2020-128.
Councilmember Matucci.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Ashcraft,
Yes.
Councilmember Chen,
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Hold on while I change out my speaker. We move on to item 6B. May we have a number and title, please?
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2020-129, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Maria Prinz upon her retirement from the city after 39 years of service.
Have a motion, please. Councilmember Chen?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution 2020-129.
Councilmember Goodrich, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That resolution will be presented at a later date. We move on to item 6C from the City Clerk to appoint members to fill Culture, Arts, Environmental Quality, and Energy Conservation, Historic Preservation, and Library Commission vacancies and consideration of reappointments. I turn this over to our City Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's the recommendation of the City Clerk that the City Council review applications and appoint members to fill vacancies on the Cultural Arts, Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation, Historic Preservation, and Library Commissions from a list of qualified applicants and consider reappointments of current eligible commissioners. The City Clerk will administer the oath at a future date. Your Honor, and I believe we are ready to start with the applicants.
Okay, we proceed.
The first applicant is Edward Aguirre. Edward,
Mr. Aguirre?
Mayor, perhaps we can move on to the next applicant, and if Mr. Aguirre is on the line, we can give him a chance to speak at the end.
Okay.
Your Honor, the next applicant is Raymond Lambert.
Are we missing something from the call center?
Mayor, let me confirm that whether or not they're called in. I understand that Mr. Aguirre did not call in, but let me check on Mr. Lambert.
This is the call center. There are several of the commission applicants who have not called in.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, okay, we'll move on to the next applicant, Rebecca, if you don't mind.
The next applicant is Emily Mitchell Maddie.
Yes, hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, my name's Emily Maddie. I've lived in Torrance about 9 years. I'm applying for 3 commissions, each of which is going to be coming up over the coming 3 weeks. So Cultural Arts, the Water Commission, as well as Parks and Rec. My background is in engineering and as well as the arts. I've not applied for a commission before, but I was encouraged by a colleague of mine that engineers can be particularly helpful in our methodical approach to researching subjects to find optimal solutions. So I'm hoping to set a good example for my kids with my civic participation. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
The next applicant is John Mitsu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome, cool. Hi, everyone. Really, I hope everyone's having a good evening. My name is John Mitsui. I only applied to one commission, the Cultural Arts Commission, so thank you in advance for those who have read my application and everything. I was born and raised in Torrance, right next to Wilson Park, and I went to school at UC Berkeley, and that's really where I got a lot of my foundational skills of community building, specifically in restorative justice work, and dance. So dance has been like a huge passion of mine ever since high school. I have done the whole gambit of cultural arts programs in dance, hosting dance competitions, raising funds, all of the collegiate recognition, and ASUC, so the Associated Student Body Senate work at Berkeley. And since graduating, I have been able to work at Credit Karma, which is a financial tech startup in San Francisco, California. I ended up moving back home to Torrance.
Mayor, that caller time was up. Moving on to the next commissioner.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next applicant is Dennis Pietrowski.
Yes, hello. Mayor Fieri and the Torrance City Council. Yeah, my name is Dennis Pietrowski, and I appreciate your consideration for the Torrance Library Commission. I'm a professional librarian with a master's degree in library and information science, and have been employed in the field for about 22 years. I have worked with some of the staff of the Torrance Public Library in the past and know what a wonderful library system Torrance has. I also understand there's one opening on the Library Commission, and there's an incumbent library commissioner who is eligible for reappointment, and if that person is reappointed, I, of course, totally understand. But thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the next applicant is Torrance Radke.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Honorable Mayor Fieri and council members. I'm Torrance Radke. I believe I'm a highly qualified and mission-aligned candidate applying for the Cultural Arts, Parks and Rec, and Library Commission. I'm a proud resident, homeowner, and small business owner. I am actively involved in my community as a Girl Scout leader, neighborhood watch block captain, PTA volunteer, and Torrance Chamber member. So these experiences have really given me invaluable insights as to the needs of children, families, schools, and businesses in Torrance. And I'm known to be creative and analytical with strong critical thinking and decision-making skills. So as an organization, we imagine in-person programming, online programming, my extensive marketing expertise will really provide a fresh perspective. And as a commissioner, I will keep the best interest of the community top of mind. And this is why I've been endorsed by past commissioner and some of the reasons why I'll be honored to serve. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next applicant is William Reynolds.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Bill Reynolds, an applicant for the position on the Cultural Arts Commission. I'm retired from my vocation as a supervisory contract auditor for the U.S. Department of Defense, but I also have a background of education in the arts. During my formal education and in evenings at El Camino College, I actively pursued a range of courses in art history, drawing, three-dimensional design, printmaking, theater, creative writing, and broadcasting. I believe this reflects my strong nascent desire to contribute to the arts. As I also have an interest in local history, I wish to bring to the Cultural Arts Commission a sense of celebration of local history and what is unique about Torrance's history. I also hope to involve Torrance art students in the development of Torrance cultural arts to assist them in beginning their careers. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the next applicant is Christine Sanchez.
Christine Sanchez, are you on the line? Perhaps we can move to the next candidate, Rebecca.
The next applicant is Tony Sargent.
Tony Sargent, are you on the line?
Yes.
Can you please proceed?
Hi, Tony.
Yes, I'm on the line.
Go ahead, proceed, Tony.
My name is Tony Sargent. I hope that you will appoint me to a second term on the Cultural Arts Commission, or to the Arts Commission. The last 4 years on the Cultural Arts Commission and 6 years on the Library Commission have been very rewarding, and I feel that I have significantly contributed to these entities. As a result of volunteering for over 50 years in Torrance, including community organizations and the school district, and in addition on county, state, and national committees, I feel that I have good management, communicating, and listening skills, and I'm a good team player. Many organizations have recognized me, including with my husband receiving the Jared Sidney Torrance Award. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next applicant is Adam Schwartz.
Council. My name is Adam Schwartz, and I've always been passionate about the arts, especially performing arts. Oh, I am applying for the Cultural Arts Commission. I'm an actor and singer myself. I participate in local theater whenever I can. Before the pandemic, I was lucky enough to work with Torrance Theater Company in their 2019 production of Living on Love. I love my experience there. I look forward to building a relationship with the company and whatever other arts groups in the city. As a commissioner, I would look to rebuild Torrance arts strongly coming out of the 2020 pandemic, and hoping that we can bring that forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next applicant is John Stecker, and he stated he will be unable to call in tonight. So we'll move on to the next applicant, Gregory Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, are you on the line? Perhaps we can move on to the next applicant, Rebecca.
Thank you, Katie. The next applicant is Clara Trevisan.
Hello, this is Clara Trevisan speaking. Good evening, Mayor Furry and council member. Special greeting to Mr. Matucci that I really enjoy reading through the nextdoor.com. I would like to help my community in the Cultural Arts Commission. My professional background is on finance, business management, and art has always been a major inspiration in my life. I enjoyed multiple media and craft. I've been taking classes in El Camino College, all sorts of furniture making, music, architecture, silversmith, etc. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, the last applicant is Mary Frances Travelli.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Great. Good evening, Mayor Fury and council members. This is Mary Frances Travelli. I'm requesting your consideration this evening of my application for reappointment to the Historic Preservation Commission. I have a master's degree in American history and over 25 years' experience in the museum field, including working in, researching, and preserving historic buildings, as well as performing field work at historic sites. As a Torrance resident, I am proud that my city's downtown has been designated as an historic district. If reappointed, I look forward to continuing to assist with the preservation and promotion of Old Torrance. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor and Rebecca, if I may, I just want to ask if there are any other applicants who were unable to speak when their name was called but may now be on the line. I just want to make sure that we didn't miss anyone.
Thank you.
Are there any
Is
applicants
there anyone?
heard?
I hear no one speaking up, so apparently those were the ones who are not calling in.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we move on. There are two appointments for the, yes.
Thank you,
Councilmember,
Mayor. Yes, thank you. A question for the city clerk. I'm looking at the sheet that came with the agenda packet, and it indicates there's a Tony Ye listed for the Cultural Arts Commission, and in the folder, his name is not listed, but his application is in the binder. So I'm confused if he is in consideration tonight for that position.
Thank you, Council Member. I apologize. I was supposed to mention that Mr. Tonier rescinded his application, and you should have received an updated chart, but we had forgotten to request you to pull his application out of the binder.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now we move on. There are two appointments for the Cultural Arts Commission. One is for a reappointment, and one is a vacancy. Both terms expire June 30, 2024. I will nominate Tony Sargent, our incumbent, to that position. Councilmember Griffith?
I'd like to nominate Totran Radke.
Any other nominations? Councilmember Matucci?
There's two seats, right? On this.
Yes. One
I'd
nomination.
like to nominate. Yes. I'm sorry?
A nomination. We're at the nomination.
Yes. But what I'm saying, just for clarification, we can nominate two individuals for this one?
Sure.
I'd like to nominate Clara Trevisan and John Mitsui.
Any other nominations? I see none. We have 4 nominations for 2 positions. The roll call. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Kalani?
Tony Sargent.
Please vote
You have
for a
2
second.
votes.
Tony Sargent and John Mitsui.
Councilmember Matucci? Councilmember Matucci, please vote for 2.
Yes, it's John Mitsui and Clara Trevisan.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Tony Sargent and Totran Radke.
Councilmember Chen?
Tony Sargent and Totran Radke.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Tony Sargent and Totran Radke.
Councilmember Griffith?
Totran Radke and Tony Sargent.
Mayor Fury?
Tony Sargent and Totan Rodke.
Your Honor, the 2 appointees are Tony Sargent and Totran Radke.
Congratulations to those 2. The city clerk will be in touch with you to do the swearing in as well as the signature of the appointment to the commission. We're moving on to the Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission. There is one reappointment for the Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commission term expiring June 30, 2024. I will nominate John Steckler as the incumbent. There are no other applicants, so I think we do this by a motion for a unanimous ballot. Councilwoman Ashcraft?
I move that we nominate John Steckler by unanimous vote. And I don't think nominate, he's nominated, correct? So that we vote for. Okay, so we vote for John Steckler as the Environmental Quality and Energy Conservation Commissioner.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Second?
Roll call vote. Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. There's one vacancy for the Historical Preservation Commission term expiring June 30, 2024. There's one applicant. I nominate Mary Frances Trevely, our incumbent. Being there is no other applicants, I'll take a motion for a unanimous ballot. Councilmember Kalani?
Thank you, Mayor. Motion for unanimous appointment of Mary Frances Trevely to the Historic Preservation Commission.
Councilmember Griffiths.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That brings us to the Library Commission. The Library Commission has one seat available for an appointment that expired June 30, 2024. Again, we have one incumbent who I will nominate. That would be Mr. Raymond Lambert. Are there any other nominations from the council? Councilmember Chen.
I nominate Dennis Piotrowski.
Any other nominations? I see none. We'll take a roll call vote, voting for one person.
Councilmember Chen?
Dennis Piotrowski.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Ray Lambert.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Mr. Lambert.
Councilmember Kalani?
Raymond Lambert.
Councilmember Matucci?
Dennis Petrowski.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Mr. Lambert.
Mayor Fury?
Raymond Lambert.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Raymond Lambert being appointed to the Library Commission.
Thank you. Okay, now we move to the Social Services Commission. On this commission, we have 4 seats available. One appointment expires June 30, 2021.
Your Honor, that one
Yes.
will be next week.
What was that?
Social Services will be on next week's agenda.
Oh, okay. So we're not going to do Social Services, Traffic, or Water this week. Okay.
Those are all next week. You asked for, the council asked for the information early, so we gave it to you earlier.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So that congratulations to those who were appointed tonight. If you're not appointed, please don't be discouraged. The City of Torrance always has more applicants than we have openings, so please apply again. And as you heard, we have 3 more commissions next week that we will be doing nominations for and appointments. And so now we're moving on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public wants to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on 2 or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes, then will be disconnected automatically. Please speak when you're prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on, or if you want to make a general comment. There is a delay in the broadcast, so we ask you to not try to follow what you may be hearing on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device, and do not use Bluetooth or speakerphones. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get to as many speakers as possible. If you're not speaking on topic, or we can't tell if you're on topic, we'll get a warning to be on topic. If you do not then speak on topic, or if you go off topic one more time, you forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. So please note that the council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. To the call center, do we have some people who are signed up ready?
Yes, Mayor. I'll begin to patch in the calls.
Thank you.
Julia R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Wow, that was a lot of nice talk earlier about the importance of empathy and compassion in your service to Torrance residents, wasn't it? It would be wonderful if you could give an ounce of that care you put into your words into action. Who does this care apply to? I have 0 examples of this council showing care or empathy. Does this care only apply to your white residents? Does this empathy only apply to your wealthy residents? Who are you serving when you say you serve Torrance residents? Because it's certainly not Christopher DeAndre Mitchell or his family. It's certainly not the victims of the innumerable anti-Black hate crimes that are going on in your city. When you say you serve all of Torrance and refuse to work with residents who have been begging for your empathy and care for over 2 years after their son, neighbor, friend was murdered by your police force, you are proving to us that Black lives do not matter to the Torrance City Council. It is simple. Provide a check and balance in your system by creating a civilian oversight commission. It's very obvious.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
December 9th will make 2 years since Christopher Mitchell was gunned down in his car by Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon. In that time, you have done nothing to address this senseless killing and egregious police actions. You have told your citizens that Christopher's murder is acceptable, that Black lives are expendable, and that protecting the feelings and interests of the Torrance Police Department is your highest priority. You have smeared Christopher's name. You have disrespected and silenced his grieving mother, Cheryl and Haynes. You have brutalized those of us who protest your actions and policies. But we will not stop demanding justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Fire Anthony Chavez. Fire Matthew Concanon. Establish a civilian oversight committee. Black lives matter. I yield my time.
Moving on to the next caller. Arthur S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Arthur S., are you still on the line? Arthur? Mr. Arthur S., are you still on the line, sir?
I want to move on.
Moving on to the next caller, Mayor. Michelle R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
No comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm going to demand that you fire and prosecute Anthony Chavez and Matthew Buchanan for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and that this council take immediate action in creating a civilian oversight commission to provide transparency of policing and enable our citizens to investigate cases of misconduct. For nearly 2 years now, you have actively ignored our calls for justice and accountability. You continue to suppress our voices and public comments by limiting us to 1 minute and providing 4 dispatchers in a city of 150,000 residents, forcing us to call literally hundreds of times in a row just to views. Even as the world over reckons with racial bias and discrimination in our publicly funded institutions, you continue to protect police association on whose campaign funds you rely, denying us our rights and leaving our community voiceless and powerless. Torrance PD is even known by other local police forces for abusing its authority and for its overuse of force. Our community will never see justice until our people power is wielded through community oversight and killer cops are held accountable. Gascon has already said...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Elizabeth L., can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9A.
Thank you. 1 minute starts now.
Okay, I'm just calling because I'm a restaurant owner in the city of Torrance. We've been there for about 13 plus years. And with these new closures, it's impacting our service to our customers. We're making sure that we follow all protocols as far as cleaning. So if you guys are able to do something where we can stay open for outdoor seating, we've invested in tents and heaters and tables. And, we just want to make sure that, our employees can still remain employed and we can serve our customers safely as we've been doing. And I know I'm not the only restaurant owner. I'm pretty sure there's many. But, that would be greatly appreciated if you can do that because, we don't know how much longer this is going to take. They say 3 weeks, but who knows how long it's going to be. And, that's a lot of people, a lot of work. And not being able to service our customers. That's it for me.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Matthew K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, it's actually Matios, oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling for the arrest of officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. For nearly 2 years now, you've received thousands of calls of people demanding you do right by the black and brown residents of Torrance. You've listened to Sherlyn, his mother, grieve, share her grief in front of others in the hopes that you would do right by black and brown people and fire these racist cops. I implore you to dig deep into your seemingly cold, dead hearts and find the last bit of empathy remaining to do right and fire these racist killer cops and establish a civilian oversight commission to hold the Torrance Police Department accountable and keep the city safe because you're not keeping the city safe. Black Lives Matter, I yield the rest of my time.
Moving on to the next caller. J.L., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
The fact that you have a Blue Lives Matter flag is, beyond disrespectful. You clearly are a hateful man, and you really should fucking resign. The rest of you guys will not have your jobs. I guarantee that, so don't bother, resign. We are demanding for an oversight committee to happen. If you guys won't do it when we push you fucking out, we'll put someone else that will do it. The firing of Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. These are murderers who get to use our tax monies to roam around and torture more Black, brown people in Torrance. You guys are literally awful human beings. Awful human beings. You leave a legacy for your family, your grandkids, and the years after on how literally disgusting you guys are. Black Lives Matter. I don't care what you guys will do from here on out.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Jared T., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, I'm going to be calling on general comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Prosecute killer cops. Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez need to be fired and prosecuted for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. There needs to be a civilian oversight committee to hold Torrance PD accountable, and you guys are shit for not doing anything about it for the past 2 years. I can't believe that we're still having to call about this. This is ridiculous. This is an impressive 60-minute public comment limit, and with the shitty answering system that requires us to call in so many times just to even get in on the holding line, this is ridiculous. You guys really need to get your shit together. It's really fucked up what you guys are doing. Black Lives Matter. I yield the rest of my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Kat B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
That Blue Lives Matter flag is absolutely disgraceful. Your calling system is absolutely disgraceful. That it took over 20 minutes for me to get in and then be put on hold is pathetic. Most of all, your lack of empathy and justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and other Black residents in Torrance is despicable. There's no excuse for it whatsoever. You can't protect your citizens and neglect your citizens at the same time. You can't protect your citizens and then allow your police department to run around slaughtering your citizens with no repercussions whatsoever. If you actually cared about empathy and care and safety for the people of Torrance, you would fire Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, and you would establish a civilian oversight commission to make sure this shit never happens to any.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Kim I., you are now unmuted. Can you state what agenda item you're calling on?
I'm calling for oral comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hello? Do you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hello? Okay. I am just disgusted. I cannot believe there is the blue flag. That is just disgusting and racist. You might as well put a swastika up there. That is disgusting. We are human beings. We deserve respect. And the fact that you have allowed these officers to not be prosecuted for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's murder is just disgusting. I don't understand why you will refuse to hold the officers accountable. Why? We have a new DA who is going to open the case. You guys have a leeway now to do the right thing before he does and make y'all look as stupid and racist as you are. A Blue Lives Matter sign? You take your uniform off every night when you go to bed. Our black skin doesn't get to come off. Blue Lives is a job.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Jonas, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Councilmember Matucci, you are a disgrace of a man for waving a Blue Lives Matter flag. This is a gross, false equivalence that you're making between supposed blue lives and actual black lives. The rest of your council should be holding you accountable for being this disrespectful, and I'm getting off the point of why I called, but that's disgusting. You're disgusting. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell should be alive today. He was unarmed and compliant when officers Concannon and Chavez took his life. The fact that I personally know white men the same age as Christopher that have behaved in ways that are seriously dangerous to the public but only received a slap on the wrist from Torrance PD makes me sick. You all are sick. You must fire the cop that killed Christopher and create a civilian oversight committee to hold Torrance PD accountable. I was born.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sheila, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. 1 minute starts now.
How dare you? It has been almost 2 years and his family is still suffering with not even a modicum of justice in his name. The demands are simple. You know them. Matucci sits there with a white supremacist flag behind him that violates the flag code that you just pledged allegiance to. How dare you silence the community by playing games when folks call in, by moving the goalpost about when to call. I called over 220 times, but you know this because you did this intentionally. Worst of all, you have a grieving mother whose son was killed by your police department, cut off as she repeatedly pours her heart out, bringing up all those feelings all over again. Can you summarize your pain, trauma, and hurt about losing your only child in 1 minute? I doubt it. You all ought to be ashamed of yourselves. You are a disgrace. You are sniveling cowards, and you know it. It shows as Patrick hides from the public during oral communications. It's fine, though. Karma will sort it all out. It always eventually does. We will get justice in the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Fuck all of you. Black Lives.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Marianne O., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on Agenda 9A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm a resident of Torrance that wants to speak up in support of the local restaurants. They've endured a series of varied limitations over this past year. They've been given a whole series of hoops they needed to jump through in order to reopen, and these restrictions cost the restaurants money. They're not making in order just to open their doors. They've accommodated a whole litany of rules and regulations while attempting to create a nice environment for their patrons. I want to express my disappointment in the leadership of this council. Businesses need to be open. They don't need your empathy. Your empathy does not pay their bills or employ their staff. Asking residents to support with takeout is insufficient. These restaurants have invested heavily in preparing for the upcoming holidays, and I want to encourage Torrance to join together with other local cities and defy these baseless and destructive orders by refusing to enforce these arbitrary closures, not based on any.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Be anonymous. You are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9A and oral.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. It's time to take legal action against the county and state for government overreach. Our constitutional rights are being violated. We must demand that our restaurants be allowed to serve patrons in the outdoor seating areas that they were forced to build just a couple of months ago. This crisis has been man-made, and the world is being scammed. It's a respiratory illness that most people are able to treat at home. The doctors know that it was the ventilators that were killing the people. They're trying to control us via fear tactics. We don't need a stinking vaccine. We are being used as their guinea pigs. We have a beautiful immune system that's capable of combating pathogens. For all the BLM callers, please research the Tuskegee experiment. You're being used as their pawns to divide. They use divide and conquer. It's time that we, the people, band together and fight this evil entity that's trying to remove our freedoms. Mr. Matucci, I love your flags and what they represent. Thank you for being passionate and for being so active in social media. We appreciate all that you do. Thank you all and have a good night.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Lee Yu, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
To that last caller, Anonymous, that was pretty gross, what you just talked about, and obviously you don't have anyone that's died from COVID. I have many people who I'm friends with and extended family who have perished. For about 2 years now, we've been coming here to seek justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We implore you. We implore you to do the right thing. We all know if Christopher was white, he'd still be alive. Absolutely no question. Do not blame victims for their own deaths. Do not blame their parents. Do not assassinate their character as a way to justify murder. Fire Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon immediately for the safety of the community. Create an oversight commission for Torrance City Department. Black lives do matter. No one ever said blue lives didn't matter or cops' lives didn't matter, but they, as an earlier caller said, they take...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. LT, you are now unmuted. Can you state what agenda item you're calling on?
Mixing with moving aircraft and lots of blind corners.
Bill T,
Yes.
can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I'm calling on item 9B.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Bill Tim Chisholm, by far the most dangerous proposal to any future for Torrance Airport's landing fees. The staff report for the Airport Commission estimated revenue based on recent operations. With landing fees, we will do our training and proficiency flying elsewhere. The cost of policing, billing, and equipment could exceed the income generated in light of reduced operations. Hangar rent has increased every year for the last 20 years except for one. Some estimates using Santa Monica Airport are not good examples because the landing fees have destroyed most aviation businesses there, and hangars are rented to the film industry. Non-aviation hangar rentals will negate most of the millions spent on fencing, gates, and key cards, security systems, lights, and cameras at our airport. The proposal will also add the danger of non-aviation drivers clueless about airport operations, mixing with moving aircraft and lots of blind corners on the field. The airport's a cash cow.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Dana C., you are now unmuted. Can you please say what agenda item you're calling on?
It's been 2 years since the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell by the hands of Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. And as a registered voter, I'm going to make it my civic duty that never again will you ever serve publicly. But I hope that all of your family businesses, your real estate license gets revoked, that your plumbing company gets fucked up, that your tailor shop gets fucked up, and that your legacy goes down in history as a blatant racist. And I'm disappointed at each and every one of you as a resident of the city of Torrance, and how you have cowered, how you have coddled racist history of Torrance, how you've embraced it, how you continue it, how you continue to send a message for 2 years that Black Lives Matter do not matter in the city of Torrance. But I come to tell you that they absolutely fucking do, and I hope you never show your faces in public. You're a disgrace, absolutely a fucking disgrace.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Thomas S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Thomas S., are you still on the line?
Thomas Smith?
Yes, sir. What agenda item are you calling on, sir?
Yes, the Torrance Airport fees, 9 Bravo.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm confused as to whether the purpose of these proposed landing fees and hangar rate increases is for closing the city's budget deficit or, as alluded, to increase the revenue for airport improvements such as an AWAS and bathroom upgrades. Could you please clarify this? Secondly, regarding our current hangar fees, comparing them to Long Beach and Hawthorne is a bit disingenuous. You might as well include Van Nuys, Santa Ana, and Burbank, which all have jet operations and are completely different than the Torrance Airport. The Torrance Airport should be compared with the smaller GA airports of El Monte, Compton, Whiteman, and Brackett, and Fullerton, where the Torrance rates are already 15 cents per square foot higher. And lastly, to introduce non-aviation hangars, the city will need to revise the aviation hangar rates to read.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Michael H., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Tonight I want to just center the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and, demand that let's all create a civilian oversight commission and fire the officers responsible for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and firing of the officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. If y'all have any empathy, do your job. Y'all can't wear us down. Do your job. Thank you, and Black Lives Matter.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Ellen M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I just want to join in with solidarity with other callers and with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell to demand the firing of officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell 2 years ago, almost to the day. I don't know what makes you think I don't know what power tripping trip you're going off of, that you don't think you have to listen to the Supreme Court who ordered you to create a civilian oversight commission for the Torrance City Police Department. But you got to do that, and you will do that, because this is what the people are demanding, it's what the Supreme Court has demanded. So get over yourselves and get over the power trip you're on and honor this family. Do what you got to do to make sure that this doesn't happen to anybody else ever again. Take down that stupid fucking flag. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Summer B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
A 9A in general comment.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi, I'm calling to ask that you please defy the LA County health order keeping restaurants closed. The city has not had any spikes with this virus or serious issues of COVID spreading since the beginning, but we are being wrapped up in a county of 10 million people waiting for other cities to get it together. This is destroying our restaurants. There's zero evidence of COVID spreading in restaurants. They have done everything asked of them. They've spent thousands of dollars to accommodate outdoor dining to reopen. We're losing everything. Newsom, Pelosi, Feinstein, and now LA County Supervisor are all breaking their own rules, but treat us like we are peasants who must obey without question. And if we don't, we have consequences. They just say sorry. I also ask that you reopen parks. Multiple studies show kids have never been spreaders of this virus. It's bad enough that they won't open the schools. Closing parks is just pure evil. Why do our children continue to be put in the middle of these bureaucratic rules? Multiple reports have come out highlighting the increase in child depression and suicidal thoughts. Our children are our future. It's time that they are treated as a priority. It's time for Torrance to take a stand. We citizens do not have to continue to be pushed to these extreme lockdowns and be pushed around and act as if we're not owed any explanation or evidence to validate their decisions. The people who have this expectation that we will just sit here and allow our lives to be destroyed have it all wrong, because we're done, and we hope you are too. We hope you do the right thing. Also, all lives matter. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Latrice C., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9B.
Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. please vote no on the landing fees and hangar increases. I agree with the comments that Jim Gates has made in writing and submitted to you. You already have. I would add that general aviation is comprised of veterans, educators, entrepreneurs, building aircraft, training for tomorrow's commercial aircraft pilots or commercial pilots, particularly young people, volunteers, move medical supplies, blood supplies, PPE for disaster relief and COVID relief. Adding these costs to those average individuals who are donating, volunteering their time to support the care of their fellow citizens. Torrance Airport Commission also rejected this proposal. Please heed their objections. I thank you for your thoughtful consideration. 2 points other people made, if I can get them in. If you may be increasing the liability if you're going to have an increase.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Aga K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
To say that I'm disgusted would be an understatement. To say that this is outrageous would be an understatement. The stupid game that you're playing that we have to be calling 100 times to even get through, what is wrong with you? It's been 2 years since Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was murdered. In 15 seconds, his life was taken, and you haven't done shit about it. So let me be real clear. You can be trying to silence us, but this is very simple. You either give us justice or we keep giving you hell, because we will not stop calling you. We will not stop emailing you. We will not stop showing up and do everything that we have to for his family to see the least bit that they deserve. He should still be here with us. They're going to spend another Christmas without their loved ones. You ruined their life, and you haven't even done anything about it. How do you even live with yourself? How do you sleep at night? What the fuck is wrong with you? And fuck your flag.
Moving on to the next caller. David E., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9A and 7.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, I'm against raising airport rates, and I also would request that we separate the start time for item 7 from all the other agenda items so that we can kind of focus communications in those different areas. And Mayor Fury, I'll have a question for you, so if you can unmute. Mayor, Council, I contributed over 15 pages of science-supported COVID response information in support of maintaining healthy business operations in Torrance. It's in tonight's agenda, supplemental material, and I hope everyone reads it. But I forgot something, and with great respect and understandable sensitivity, I ask you to consider supporting a 20 to 50% salary cut to all elected officials, including governors, county boards, mayors, legislators, judges, for the duration of any health or emergency order that constrains business operations. Mayor and Council, will you consider supporting changing state laws to this effect? Mayor Fury, this is a question for you. If you could please answer. Will you at least consider supporting this? Yes, no, maybe, need more time to process the question? Could you answer?
So this is oral, and it's not appropriate to respond to oral communication at this point.
Okay, fair enough. If you would please consider this, I'm going to try to propose this at other levels, but I think it would create an incentive to mitigate issues rapidly and create accountabilities. If all of our government that's elected was
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Anna A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm standing with the many callers in solidarity with Black Lives Matter and demanding the firing of Officer Concannon, Anthony Chavez, and for the implementation of a civilian oversight commission for Torrance Police Department. I'm not really sure what to say. I'm here every week, and I hear my neighbors, and I hear Christopher's mother, and my God, Matucci, that flag. You're disgusting. That's a white supremacist flag. That's a swastika. You all disgust me. I grew up here. My family is here. I don't want to be disgusted by my hometown, but with you all, it's pretty impossible to feel anything other than absolute disgust. None of you deserve your jobs. You're despicable, hateful, racist people. You lack a spine, and it's not hard to say that murder is wrong. It's not hard to say that racism is bad and to take action against it. You actually have it in your power to do these.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Ann B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
So I have a little list for y'all. Number one, fire Anthony Chavez. Number two, fire Matthew Concannon. 3, turn on your camera, you coward. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Number 4, give Sherilyn Haynes 2 minutes during oral communication. Number 5, establish a civilian oversight commission. Number 6, unlearn white supremacy. Number 7, take down that fucking racist flag. Number 8, I think I'm on number 8, look up morality, ethics, personal responsibility, empathy, and justice in the dictionary. Number 4, understand that Black Lives Matter, and we're not going anywhere. And number 10, quit protecting them. Show Torrance you have some flippant courage or some sense, and handle some justice here. And then you.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Carolyn H., can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral.
Thank you. 1 minute starts now.
I am hurting to my core of my soul. I'm missing my son like crazy. I thought I could never have kids. Then my miracle child came in 95. So happy. And then my life was destroyed when he was 23. Another Christmas, another Thanksgiving. The therapist keeps saying, it's going to be all right, it's going to be all right. No, it's not all right. It gets harder and harder, worse and worse, every year, every day, every second, every minute of my life. What do? So I fight. I fight for justice in the name of my son, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Have a child. See your child life stolen in the blink of an eye. It could have been prevented, but no, they chose to shoot their guns and steal my son's life. I didn't.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Ann O'Brien, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Item number 9B on oral communication. I would just like to call out that regarding the new airport hangar usage rules and other changes that were proposed, these need to be referred to the Airport Commission first. It's a very big subject, and we should have the chance to discuss it at Airport Commission. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Maxim M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I am calling on 9A and oral communications.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening, council members of Torrance. A lot of negativity, I feel like, has been said so far, but just wanted to say that I respect you guys' line of work, and I respect you guys as representatives of this city. With that being said, I'd just like to comment on some of the closures that have been going on as a result of COVID-19. I'm actually a high school senior attending West Torrance High, and you know, it's especially hard throughout this whole pandemic because I'm sacrificing my senior year, not having to, you know, be able to go to prom, you know, no sports as of right now, that sort of thing. And what makes it especially hard is not being able to play basketball, which is my favorite sport. I'm actually on the basketball team. And I think a way that this issue could be solved is if City of Torrance puts back the basketball hoops at all the public parks. I just really don't understand why we just can't enjoy outdoor hoops and playing on outdoor facilities when there's no, you know, mouth-to-mouth breathing as far as, you know, no pickup, no, keep it pretty restricted as far as the rules. But if we could just put the hoops up and allow kids to go back and have some physical activity, I think that would be the best move forward. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your night.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Andy P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop. It's me.
What agenda
Hello?
are you on, sir?
Is it me, Andy Porchop?
Yes, sir. What agenda item are
Thank you. 8C, 9C, and oral communication.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, 8C is the police operation supervisor position and this and that. I'm going to say a positive thing here. We don't need this position. And do you know why we don't need this position? Because our officers can do anything they want to do, anything they please, without any supervisor. They go to the beach, they choose which course to go, they come and harassing me because I'm photographing the heroes. And I would like to thank Mr. or Officer Anthony Fontanes. He helped boost my YouTube channel. Okay, going back to 9C, the EMS. Okay, the EMS services is a joke already. Grow your own. It makes me laugh. If somebody, grandma or grandpa, falls off the dining room chair, already 6 firefighters runs to the scene and help the 2 McCormick ambulance with an escort to take grandpa to the hospital. You guys are wasting time and money for serving people who anybody, any family member could drive them to the emergency room. Your EMS services would only include like fire, landslides, what is the fire department working on, blasting the hillside behind them, car accident, disasters, and so on. Grandpa falling off the toilet is not a call that 2 vehicles with 6 firemen should show up to. So don't grow your EMS services for me then. It's a joke. Watch my YouTube channel. Now, coming back to oral communication. Andy Porchop has a channel now on YouTube, and thanks for Anthony Fontanes, is going very, very good. It's going up. Anyway, so you can see and watch everything what's going on in your city. And please watch my videos. Today, I exposed our EMS team running around in Redondo Beach. And your fire department employees hate Torrance. They buy their food, they buy their coffee, the Redondo Beach Coffee Bean and Redondo Beach supermarkets like Trader Joe. So, your firefighters, they hate you. They don't shop at your stores. They go to other cities to shop. So shame on them. But you can see them on my channel. All their heroism and everything. Blessing the hillsides, wasting water and.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because the time was up. Moving on to the next caller. 3B, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, 9B.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you, and thank you for all you do, City Council. I just wanted to call in on item 9B in regards to the landing fees, the hangar rent, and then the multi-use for the hangars. I think the multi-use should be referred back to the Airport Commission. And in regards to increasing the hangar rent and imposing landing fees, by imposing landing fees, you're going to reduce the number of landings, which would then reduce the FAA support in the tower. And we've already seen 2 near misses when they reduced the hours. So it is a safety concern. And in addition, there is the FAA Airport Compliance Manual order. And since we have received AIP grants from the FAA, it says that all revenues generated by the airport will be expended for the capital or operating costs of the airport or airport system. So we are not actually following that. And by increasing the cost to the pilots, they're going to have to fight back and get the AOPA involved to look.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Jim Gates, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, ma'am. Orals and item 9B.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening. My name is Jim Gates. Some of the changes proposed in the item 9B staff report would cause serious damage to our airport businesses and customers and will have adverse long-term effects on the airport and city revenues. Before you vote on these proposals, please consider our concerns. Please don't try to solve a short-term problem with solutions that result in adverse long-term consequences. With regard to landing fees, we urge a no vote. 70% of the operations at the airport are training by our pilot training schools. These will nearly all disappear along with the related airport businesses, their employees, and the money they spend in the local economy if landing fees are implemented. With regard to hangar rate increase, we urge a no vote. The airport rate survey chart in item 9B reveals that Torrance is actually at the top end of the hangar rental rates for similar airports. With a 4% increase, Torrance rates will be at the top of the list of similar airports, equal to Hawthorne and from 21 to 47% higher than the rest on the list. Non-aeronautical storage use of hangars, that needs modification. With a hangar waiting list of 50 people, no information has been presented about the number of empty hangars or the reasons why they are empty. We would insist that any hangar rented for non-aeronautical purposes must be vacated within 30 days if and when it is needed for aeronautical purposes. And with regard to the AWAS system, we did a survey and 78% of those who responded ranked AWAS as a top priority and much higher than the current list of airport improvements. This type of safety system is available at every other airport in the Los Angeles area. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Cindy A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, hi. Oral comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Fury and council members. My name is Cindy Alatorre. I sent an email to all of you regarding the current closures here in LA County, and I appreciate your comments and your feedback. I would like to touch base with you that I'm listening today to the various talk radios. It is understood that many of the cities around Los Angeles County are feeling the frustration, the financial impact it's having on all their businesses. And I would just like to really just re-stress, if there is some possible way we can join another coalition, another group, we need to get our businesses back operating. The physical impact on them is just significant, and I honestly don't know if they're going to be able to survive. I personally know of 2 good friends who are losing their business with this last closure. So if anything can be done, I guess, to put on your council to please attempt to do something, be creative, whatever it takes. We need to get our businesses back working.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Eli R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yeah, 9A in general comment.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
On 9A, on the recent order from the Los Angeles County Health Department for closing outdoor dining for restaurants, I think we should comply with the order and promote takeout. I haven't really been dining out at all, and I've just been taking out this whole time for the last 9 months. And I think we should just promote doing that. Trying to defy the orders and creating litigation is a waste of our taxpayer dollars. Instead, we could do things like putting a moratorium on evictions of restaurants to help them weather the storm. And then my general comment is that we need to create a civilian oversight commission. In 2018, the grand jury in Los Angeles said that was one thing we needed to do. And I hope that the new police chief that we will appoint will agree with this and help heal the community. I find it really disgusting that Matucci has a Black Lives Matter or a thin blue line flag over his self. U.S. Code 36, Section 176, respect of flag. Section G says the flag should never have placed upon it, nor any part of it, nor attached to it any mark, insignia, letter, word, figure, design, picture, or drawing of any nature. Your flag is an unpatriotic disrespect of the flag according to U.S. Code. And a big part of police training is de-escalation, whatever. And you are escalating this problem. You are being part of the problem. You're not creating solutions and having empathy, which is what we need right now. That's it. Bye.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Eleni J., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Since the city of Torrance and its henchmen are at virtually every single level of government are devoid of understanding of the value of life itself, we will continue to call in, show up, and disrupt city business until you hold officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon responsible for the life that they stole 2 years ago within 15 seconds of pulling up to the scene. And we will continue to dismantle, disrupt, until you, at the very least and at the simplest level, create a civilian oversight committee. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. B.J. Johnson, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yeah, I'm calling to speak on 6A, 6C, and general comment.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, so I see that you guys are honoring someone named John Jones for 40 years of service to the city, as well as a woman named Mariah Priss for 39 years of service. Really interesting that you guys are honoring these lives, but not your own citizens like Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, who were stolen from their families and stolen from their community. So let me just start by saying fire officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. 2, create a civilian oversight committee for Torrance Police Department. 3, I just want you to understand that I'm here to support the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and to demand justice and accountability for the unjustified slaying of Christopher by the Torrance police officers mentioned. Black Lives Matter, defund the police, reimagine public safety. So, whereas Jesus was a black man, whereas the majority suspected Jesus of defiant crimes, whereas Jesus was unjustly killed by state-sanctioned authorities. So I hope all these defend law enforcement folks and you with the Blue Lives Matter flag understand that you are today's bloodthirsty Romans, acting for baseless silver coins. Besides my doubt any of you commissioners here have critically examined the Bible or your collective and individual roles sacrificing black and brown people to a system of police brutality, exemplified by this commission's continued avoidance to make any substantive policy or other changes. I also doubt whether you have taken the time to read Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from a Birmingham jail. But if you're watching for why Black Lives Matter LA continues to be here supporting justice, just remember this. We will have to repent in this generation, not merely for the vitriolic words and actions of bad people, but for the appalling silence of the good people. Oh, shit. Does appalling silence remind any other callers of this commission's approach to justice for Black lives like Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's? I don't know any of you weirdos on the commission from Adam, so I make no assumptions that any of you are good people. After participating in these bureaucratic erasures of Black lives for months, I can say nothing. Not only aren't any of you good people, but I will be damned if myself, my community, or my future generations have to repent because this commission's spineless inaction. We will continue to vote and organize here in Torrance until justice is served for Christopher and all Black Lives Matter in Torrance. Your silence sides with contemporary American Romans conducting public executions. You have sacrificed part of your critical soul. You want to have and discourage a hate week while protecting a white supremacist police force that has brutalized your citizens and constituents. All people have due process and civil rights under the Constitution. Killing someone as a police officer doesn't change.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. E, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I'm calling for a general public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
That was a whooping he just put on all of you. Just wanted to quickly make note of that. And I guess what I wanted to get to really quickly was, Matucci, there's no amount of Blue Lives Matter flags that will ever compensate for the fact that you have what people call little d energy. Your Blue Lives Matter flag will not make your small d any bigger, and I just want you to know that because you are clearly a disgraceful, sad, little pathetic man, and you should definitely know that. And as another caller stated, the flag, the one behind you, is actually unpatriotic and, ironically enough, is disgrace to the country you think you're representing. So I hope that sits with you as well. And Sharon, really quickly, you need to stop smirking while people are calling in talking about the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It's appalling that you can't take the time to actually take these calls seriously and listen respectively. And lastly, very quickly, have a backbone, do something courageous and worthwhile in your life.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Claire L., you are now unmuted. Can you state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Shout out to the last two callers. Great content from both of you. I'm calling on behalf of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Christopher's life mattered. You were elected to represent the residents of Torrance, not just the white residents, not the police. You care more about protecting the police than you do about protecting the residents those police are supposed to protect. Create a civilian oversight committee. Why won't you do this? Fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Charge them. That is your duty. It's been 2 years. It's the least you can do. Where is your empathy? Are you psychos? Do you not have a soul? Now you put up a flag blatantly disrespecting your black residents. Cops cannot shoot and kill civilians just because they're scared. That is a bullshit excuse. They shot Christopher within 15 seconds while he was complying with their demands. He matters. His life matters. This community matters.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Maureen B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
All right, so first of all, shout out to the previous callers. I also want to say just how insulting and disrespectful it is to your own constituents. For most of you to not even be looking at the camera when it's time to hear out our concerns directly. You guys are elected officials. You get the power from us. And it's clear that you have nothing but contempt for the people that got you this job. I'm here in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Y'all just heard the pain and anguish in his mother's voice moments ago. And then Matucci has the nerve to smirk and laugh when people comment on his Blue Lives Matter flag? Are you kidding me? All we're asking for is three things. Fire the murderer, Anthony Chavez. Fire the murderer, Matthew Concannon. And do your fucking job and create a civilian oversight commission. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Ann T., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, general comment and 9A.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you so much. I'm calling in solidarity with my fellow law-abiding citizens of Torrance and demand that those who exhibit racism, disrespect, hate, vulgarity against our city, our police, and our city council stop bullying, harassing, and using verbal abuse. The tragedy that happened to Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was not a hateful racial murder. It was a tragic response to multiple bad choices that Mr. Mitchell made that night by violating the rights of others and threatening the safety of the community. It would not matter what color his skin was. Stealing other people's property and driving with a rifle barrel between your legs is not a random act of humble, innocent compliance. Unfortunately, our police encounter dangerous people every day. Police are targeted and ambushed and killed at an alarming rate. We will continue to stand by our police, our city council, and our mayor. It is never, ever racist to say all lives matter. It wouldn't matter the color of the skin. All lives matter. Black lives, blue lives, Filipino lives, white lives, they all matter. Now on to 9A. I do hope that the Torrance City Council extends support to the Lancaster December 3rd lack of confidence against the Los Angeles County Health Department's shutdowns. These shutdowns are making big companies and big tech bigger profits, and they're hurting small business and those who are suffering with poverty already. Please consider having it so that we start our own health department.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. After this caller, orals will be done with the time, sir. So this will be the last call on orals. Steve S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Steve S., are you still there?
Yes, general comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a terrible tragedy what happened to that criminal in the Ralph's parking lot. But Elaney, Ann B., and all these other people who are calling in need to think about it. If that person had any iota chance of being in the right, some celebrity lawyer would be standing up for him and his family and being on the camera and extracting money from the city, from the county. But none of that has happened because the police were within their rights that tragic evening. They did what they had to do to take care of it. And these folks keep calling in, looking at the city of Torrance to make some changes when, in fact, changes should have been made by him and his parents and his family. They should have looked after that kid. It's terrible what happened. Black lives definitely do matter. They need to come up and be equal with everybody else, but this thing is past. They need to move.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up, and this concludes the 60 minutes of oral.
Thank you very much, Calling Center. We appreciate your help on this. We'll move on with the agenda. And we're taking it out of order. We're taking 10A at this point. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A, a recommendation of the Planning Commission that the City Council deny the appeal and adopt a resolution denying without prejudice a precise plan of development for the proposed project on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 22528 Warmside Avenue, or a recommendation of the Community Development Director that City Council uphold the appeal and adopt a resolution approving a modified project for a precise plan of development to allow first-story addition and a roof deck to an existing one-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 22528 Warmside Avenue. The appeal will proceed as follows. First, a presentation by staff, followed by questions from council. Next, an introduction of the project by the proponent for a maximum of 15 minutes, followed by questions from council, after which members of the audience may speak. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we can't tell if you are speaking on topic, you will get a warning to stay on topic. If you don't speak on topic, or if you go off topic one more time, you forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 30-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the hearing. At this time, I asked, has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Okay. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, good evening. I'm Oscar Martinez with the Community Development Department, and I have a presentation that covers the material contained in your agenda item. When reviewed by the Planning Commission, the project was originally proposing first and second story additions to the existing residence. However, since the appeal was filed, the applicants have modified the project to only include first story additions and a new roof deck to the existing one-story single-family residence. The following presentation and staff analysis focuses on the modified project. Although the project has since changed, a precise plan of development is required for the one-story additions over 14 feet in height and the incorporation of the roof deck. Slide, please. The subject property is a corner lot located at the northeast corner of Warmside Avenue and Palos Verdes Boulevard, shown in green. Property is zoned R1 single-family residential and is located within the Hillside Overlay District and is surrounded by other R1 Hillside Overlay District properties, also highlighted in yellow. Slide, please. This aerial photo shows the subject property and the surrounding properties. The property measures 7,908 square feet in area, with the front property line measuring 50.5 feet wide and the rear property line measuring 59.5 feet wide as well. 59.57 feet wide. The topography along Warmside Avenue climbs in elevation from the south to the north. This upward slope continues to the north of the subject property. The building pad of the adjacent one-story residence to the north sits above the subject property, and nearby residences across Palos Verdes Boulevard to the south sit at a lower elevation. Nearby residences along Warmside Avenue are comprised of both one- and two-story structures. Slide, please. This slide depicts the site plan for the modified project. The modified project eliminates the second-story addition altogether and will instead expand the existing building footprint to enlarge the first floor and add a new roof deck above the first-floor addition along the rear. The existing one-story single-family residence consists of 1,485 square feet of living area with a 464 square foot two-car garage. The proposed residence measures a total of 2,570 square feet of living area and then proposes a 714 square foot roof deck. Based on staff's calculations, the proposed residence results in a total floor area of 3,112 square feet, or a 0.39 floor area ratio, which is within the allowable floor area ratio of the zone, which is 0.6. Per code, the project must comply with the R1 standards in terms of the average 20-foot front yard setback, minimum 5-foot interior side yard setback, minimum 10-foot exterior side yard setback, and 15-foot rear yard setback. As proposed, the project exceeds the minimum requirements as it would maintain an 8-foot, 5-inch minimum side yard setback along the northerly side yard, a 14-foot, 4-inch exterior side yard setback along Palos Verdes Boulevard, and a 22-foot, 4-inch minimum front yard setback, and a 15-foot, 3-inch rear yard setback. Slide, please. As proposed, the first floor consists of a new front open porch and entry foyer, a mudroom, living room, dining room, kitchen, 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a master suite, a laundry room, and an enlarged 2-car garage, and the aforementioned roof deck in the rear addition, over the rear addition. Roof deck does not have direct access into the residence and is only accessible from the proposed exterior spiral staircase located in the rear yard. Slide, please. This slide shows the west and east elevations of the proposed residence. The height of the proposed residence is 16 feet 3 1/4 inches when measured from the lowest adjacent grade located at the garage finished floor to the topmost portion of the roof, which is within the allowable 18-foot height limit. The proposed residence incorporates architectural features with smooth stucco, hardy plank siding, multi-pane windows, and ornamental guardrails. The facade features various projections and heights which break up massing, and makes the project more aesthetically appealing and complements the surrounding properties. Slide, please. This slide shows the north and south elevations of the proposed residence. Slide, please. The following photos were taken by staff on November 13th and November 20th, 2020. November 19th, 2020. The arrows represent the points of view captured in each photo. Slide, please. This view is looking northeast on Palos Verdes Boulevard with the subject property shown in the background of the photo. Slide, please. This view is looking east towards the property across the street at the northwest corner of Warmside Avenue and Palos Verdes Boulevard. Slide, please. This view is looking east towards the project site from across the street on Warmside. Slide, please. And this is looking along Warmside Avenue towards the south across Palos Verdes Boulevard. Slide, please. And this view is looking north along Warmside Avenue. Slide, please. This view is looking westward when standing at the northeast corner of the subject property. Slide, please. This view is looking northwest at the rear corner of the subject property. Slide, please. On October 28, 2020, staff contacted the adjacent neighbor at 22522 Warmside Avenue via email as a courtesy notification that the project had been modified. At this time, the neighbor still objects to the project due to potential view impacts from the revised silhouette. On November 16, 2020, staff conducted a field visit and met with the objecting property owner to the north of the subject property, and observed hillside pastoral views to the south and the silhouette from the kitchen and 2 bedrooms where the neighbor had expressed view concerns. Slide, please. The following slides depict photos taken by staff from the adjacent neighbor's areas of concern. This photo was taken from the kitchen and looking south towards the project. Slide, please. This was taken from a bedroom window and is looking south at the subject project. Slide, please. Based on these observations, staff determined that the project would not present adverse impacts to light, views, privacy, and air. The proposed one-story residence with the roof deck has a maximum building elevation of 213, which is similar to the northerly shared block wall that separates both properties on Warmside Avenue. Although the silhouette does cover the roof lines of surrounding properties below along Palos Verdes Boulevard, existing vegetation beyond the silhouette already obstructs those views, and traditionally staff has not considered rooftops of nearby residences to be protected views under the hillside overlay ordinance. Slide, please. On July 15, 2020, the Planning Commission reviewed the request of the previous design for first and second story additions to an existing one-story single-family residence. Several commissioners agreed with staff's recommendation of denial without prejudice due to the adverse impacts to views of the adjacent property to the north. A motion to deny the project passed by a roll call vote of 6-0, with one commissioner recused. As previously mentioned, since the filing of the appeal, the applicants have modified the request from first and second story additions to a one-story additions with a roof deck. Staff determines that the modified request, as conditioned, will not have a harmful effect upon the surrounding properties and does not appear to result in adverse impacts on view, light, air, and privacy. The proposed residence is compatible with surrounding homes, is appropriate use for the neighborhood, and will not be detrimental to the development and public welfare of properties in the vicinity. The modified project has a height of 16.27 feet, which is below the one-story building height limit of 18 feet. For these reasons, staff recommends that the City Council uphold the appeal and adopt a resolution to approve the precise plan development for the modified project. Staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Are there any questions by the City Council? I see Councilmember Chen has a question, and followed by Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. No question at this moment. I just want to share that I did walk by the location of the site to get a better visual view because I know there's height and depth, and my decision tonight will be based on the information provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen. Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I, too, want to disclose that I did visit the property site to view for myself the silhouette, and my decision will be based on the facts that are presented to me tonight. And I did have one quick question for staff, and that was, just to be clear, the current proposed configuration was not presented to the Planning Commission, and so this is basically a completely different configuration than what they reviewed and voted on, correct?
Councilman, that's correct.
Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Ashcraft, followed by Councilwoman Kalani.
I would like to disclose that I also walked by the property, didn't speak to anyone there, but did look at the way the silhouette is. And my decision is based on what I'm hearing tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you. I want to disclose that I also walked the neighborhood and around the area, and as I was leaving, the homeowner did approach me and asked if I was there looking at the project, which I said I was. I did identify myself as a council member, but we did not discuss details of the project, and my decision will be based on the facts presented.
Thank you. And Councilmember Matucci.
Yeah, I didn't know if we had to disclose driving by, but yes, I would like to disclose the fact that I drove by and looked at the property, and the elevations is really what I was most concerned about because of the lack of view. So I'll be making my decisions based on what I see tonight. All right, thank you.
Thank you. And I, too, this weekend went there and parked my car and walked the neighborhood and looked at the silhouettes and the properties. But again, I spoke to no one, and I will make my decisions tonight based upon the documentation presented to us, as well as the staff presentation, any testimony that we received tonight. Well, Mr. Martinez, I think there's no questions for you, so we'll move on to the proponent, and the opponent has 15 minutes. Don't have to use it all, but use as much. When you're finished with that, then we will allow the public to come in and speak, and then afterwards the appellant will have 5 minutes rebuttal at the end. Is the appellant on the phone?
Mr. Reese, are you on the line?
Oscar, I don't believe that he called in.
Well, you know what? We are a little bit after 9 o'clock, and we're due for a break at 9 o'clock. So why don't we just take 5 or 10 minutes, and staff reach out and see if they can't get a hold of the appellant proponent, and then we'll be back, say, 5 or 10 minutes, okay? Okay, we're back from our break. Call the meeting back to order. And at this point, we have the proponent has 15 minutes to do their presentation. And then afterwards, council will ask some questions. Do we have the proponent on the line?
Mr. Alejandro, are you on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. So I am designer at the project at 22528 Warmside Avenue. Right, so we're proposing a change of design from the original design, which was a two-story single-family home. Right, so we're changing that now to a single-story single-family home addition with a rooftop deck at the rear of the property. As the Planning Commission has spoke over pretty much all the details of the project, right? We have lowered the height of the structure about just over 5 feet. Our height, if you see sheet A4, which shows west elevation and east elevation, our proposed highest flag ridge is at 213. The neighbor's property's block wall is at 213 as well. So that height sits at the same level, which doesn't cause any view obstruction for the neighbor. Neighbor is still saying that for some reason it is still an obstruction, but the design was all brought down from a two-story to a one-story to not obstruct the view at all. Pretty much, to wrap up, we've done pretty much all we can do to really drop the height of the structure. At this point, our roof slope is at a bare minimum slope, sitting at the lowest level it can sit at. We're really looking forward to uphold the appeal and then adopt a resolution approving a modified project for a precise plan of development to allow the first-story addition and roof deck at the rear of the property to the existing one-story single-family residence on property, which is located at 22528 Warmside Avenue.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. You are Mr. Ruiz?
No, my name is Brian Alejandro. I'm the project
Brian Alejandro.
The designer, correct.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if there's any questions from the council. Are there any questions? I don't see any hands raised, so I appreciate thank you for that. Stand by, and after we have some public comment, then you'll get an additional 5 minutes to explain your situation. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now take public comment on the hearing. We designated 30 minutes for this. I'm told we have 3 people who have called in. If we only have 3 people, we can give each of them 3 minutes to speak. And if any other members of the public wish to speak on this matter, they can call in. The public comment hotline is 310-618-2404. Again, City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. And if you're not speaking on this topic, or we can't tell if you're speaking on this topic, you'll get a warning to stay on topic. And if you do not, then the remainder of your time will be forfeited, and we will move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. And if there's no speakers waiting before the 30-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the hearing. So to the call center, do we have some people who have called in? And
yes, Mayor, we have.
Patch them through.
I will start
Thank
patching.
you.
Merkel Z, you are now unmuted. You have 3 minutes to submit your comments for item 10A. Please start now.
Good evening. My name is Merkel Zeljak. I'm the owner of the house at 22522 Warmside Avenue. It's one lot north of proposed site. I did respond in writing with photos to the city representatives about my opposition to the proposed ridge line. The existing structure that's there would be ideal as far as my perspective is. The proposed height of the new roof line is about roughly 4 feet above the existing roof line, which blocks about 40% of my hill views from within my home. I reached out and spoke to the architect and asked if the homeowner would consider dropping the ridge line 2 feet in hopes of making a compromise. I haven't heard anything back. I'm hoping that the city representatives there will agree that a significant portion of my views will be lost forever and taken away by the way the silhouette is currently positioned. That's about all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Tricia, you are now unmuted. Your 3 minutes for item 10A starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. This is our fourth attempt at building our home since 2017. We now have went from a 2-story proposed home to a single-story. Our highest elevation is exact to that of the shared fence with Zeljak. To go down an additional 2 feet, or excavation, will cost more money, and that is a financial hardship, as quoted in the last meeting of July. The excavation is well into $150,000 to $200,000, which is out of the question, and that is all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Andy P., you are now unmuted. Your 3 minutes for item 10A starts now.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the 3 minutes. I hope you all had a nice Thanksgiving dinner and evening. I like these hearings. Let's start with that because it can show the democratic process. But what I don't like, here is some homeowner who bought a property and has to bend over backwards and forwards and lick every belt buckle they show to them, so just they can have a house addition. As I can see it, they already gave up their dream on a second story, and now they here at the city council meeting, they had to come that far, end up at the city council meeting for you. For you can bend the rules and you can approve things. What we have departments like building departments and planning commission and whatever. So that's a very sad thing. Somebody wants to improve the property, but they bought with their own money, and the neighbors don't let them do it. The city don't let them do it. Please approve this project. You can see the mountains from Palos Verdes Boulevard. I lived in that area when I moved to the South Bay for like 5 years. And there is absolutely no reason to go back and forth with this planning and that planning. Why can't you just approve it? Because looks to me, the neighbor just protecting something that is not there. And by the way, you show pictures on somebody's kitchen window and showing his 6 or 8 foot tall fence, block wall fence, and that people is objecting to somebody's roof line who builds a wall front of their kitchen window. So give me a break. Please, approve this plan. Let these people have their dream home. Don't make them dig out the dirt. Don't make them spend $200,000 just to get rid of a few cubic yards of dirt. Please say yes and let them build their house. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, at the moment, there aren't any more callers in queue for this item.
Okay, then having no more callers on this, we'll move back to the period of time for the appellant proponent, if there's anything to add, they get up to 5 minutes if they need.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes? Yeah, so...
Well,
I mean...
You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, so like I've spoke, I mean, we've done everything possible, right, to lower the roof height. I mean, we've been complying with all the code, all the restrictions with the planning department. We've done everything we can possible with the code. I mean, as planning stated, the height limit there is 18 foot. Our building height now is 16.27 feet, which is about 2 feet lower than the allowed height. We've already changed from a 2-story to a single-story remodel and addition. I mean, we're just really hoping for your approval. And, I mean, no further comment. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Well, if there's no further speakers waiting on the queue, and we've heard from the proponent twice and from staff, and we've questioned. So at this point, I'll take a motion to close public hearing.
Mayor, this is the call center. If I may, I'm sorry. Someone is on the line right now. If you don't mind taking one more call before the public comment portion is closed.
No, we're still in the time. Okay.
Thank you. Anonymous, are you still on the line?
Yes.
Your 3 minutes starts now for item 10A. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we all strive for buying a home with a view, and this gentleman that spoke has that view, and I think it's really uncool for someone to just come in and obstruct it. And the person that spoke said it was going to cost them more money to have to dig through, and she didn't want to do that. It hurts her pocketbook, but she's not thinking about his investment that he has with that home. I don't think it's okay for her to just go in and block his view. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, now we're done with all the callers, and we've heard from everyone. I ask for a motion to close public hearing. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to close public hearing.
Councilmember Griffith.
I'll second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Does the council wish to take action on this matter and or further discuss? Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. After hearing what was said, and I really do feel for everyone that's involved. I think you can sense the frustration on both sides. But at this point, I think the homeowner that's looking to build has made significant modifications to the original project and fall within the guidelines that we prescribed in our code. Therefore, I'd like to motion that we go with the Community Development Director's recommendation of upholding the appeal and adopting a resolution approving the modified project.
Sorry, Councilmember Chen.
I second that, Mayor.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. May we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Resolution number 2020-130. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a precise plan of development as provided for in Division 9, Chapter 1, Article 41 of the Torrance Municipal Code of a modified project to allow first-story additions and a roof deck to an existing one-story single-family residence on property located within the Hillside Overlay District in the R1 zone at 22528 Warmside Avenue.
May I get the resolution? Excuse me, Mayor. May I get that resolution number again? 2020 dash.
2020-130.
130.
Yes.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 2020-130.
Councilmember Chen.
And I will second that.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Goodrich.
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani.
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Chen.
Yes.
Mayor Fury.
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, that concludes item 10A. Congratulations to the appellate proponent. We move on to item 8, which is our consent calendar. Do any council members wish to remove any items on the consent calendar? I see no hands raised, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Councilmember Kalani.
Kalani, second.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Griffith.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani.
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci.
Yes.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Yes.
Councilmember Chen.
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Aye.
Mayor Fury.
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That brings us to administrative matters. We're now moving on to item 9A from the City Manager's Office to provide a COVID-19 recovery update and determine direction on orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. And Mr. Shakarian.
Thank you, Mayor. Adam Chaparian, City Manager. Definitely has been a very busy week. And before I begin, I really want to thank our emergency operations team and Katie Wand for all of our efforts working with Mr. Jeffrey Snoddy, our EOC coordinator. With that, the City of Torrance continues with our recovery efforts in compliance with the protocols issued by LA County Department of Health. With COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations surging, on November 28, 2020, LA County issued a temporary targeted safer-at-home order that became effective yesterday and will remain in effect for the next 3 weeks through December 20th, 2020. The new order, which is included as supplemental material number 1, aims to reduce the risk of transmission in several ways, including asking individuals to remain in their homes and with their immediate households as much as possible, reducing mingling with others not in your household, requiring everyone to wear engaging in activities outside their homes where they are or can be in contact with others not in their households, reducing capacity at sites where non-household members mingle to avoid crowding, In the city of Torrance, this means that outdoor dining at restaurants is prohibited until December 20th. Restaurants may remain open for takeout and delivery services, and we very much encourage that residents take advantage of the great deals that our Torrance restaurants have to offer. The new order also requires that we close our playgrounds again. Torrance businesses that are permitted to remain open must follow all health and safety protocols as defined in the new order. Unfortunately, earlier today, LA County Department of Health confirmed the highest number of new COVID-19 cases and people hospitalized within COVID-19 that LA County has ever experienced throughout the pandemic. If you did travel or gather over the Thanksgiving holiday, public health is advising that you quarantine for 14 days, as it is very possible that you were exposed to someone who was infected with COVID-19. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention is advising those who travel should test twice during the quarantine period, once a couple of days after you return, and another test taken 5 to 7 days later. Please note that a negative test does not mean you don't need to remain home in quarantine, since this virus can incubate over 14 days. Lastly, I would like to emphasize that our case rate in Torrance remains relatively low, and this is thanks to our efforts from our city staff, our residents, businesses, and community as a whole. The health and safety of our community members continues to be the city's top priority. Myself, our EOC Director, and Fire Chief Cerna are available for any questions you may have, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shaparian. Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been a very challenging week with all the issues related to COVID-19, and we hear a lot of statistics, and the city actually even sends out a lot of statistics, but there's just a lot of facts that I want to bring up, and these are facts, not opinions, that are not heard enough, and I think they need to be heard and considered for whatever they're worth. And so I'll just try to go through as quickly as I can. Torrance is a city of 21 square miles, 147,000 population in LA County. But the county itself is over 4,300 square miles and over 10 million in population. And it has one health director making decisions for all of LA County. LA County is greater than the size of Delaware and Rhode Island combined. LA County has a larger population than 41 states in the United States. Clearly, one size does not fit all in the areas of the county. There have been studies done, and I've cited studies publicly on my social media, and I'll repeat the name of the study from UCLA that was completed on November 18th. The South Bay and the beach cities have by far the lowest rates of COVID-19 and death. And I don't know if our staff can show it, but our own COVID-19 dashboard shows that our rates are almost flatline compared to LA County. And I think that by lumping us in with all the rest of LA County is a great disservice to our citizens, our businesses, and I came in here tonight with the intent to make a stand to say we need to defy the orders that are being imposed upon us by the county and the state. However, and I'd like the city attorney to chime in, we were advised as council members that by publicly defying any of these orders by the county and the state would subject us as council members to potential legal ramifications that none of us want to face. Mr. Sullivan, could you expand on that just briefly for a moment so that people understand what I'm talking about?
Sure. I'll try to dance around this because this was a closed session discussion, but yes, that it is an order, no different than any other law, and so a willful defiance of it could subject the city or the council themselves to liability either for administrative citations, misdemeanor citations, or injunctions brought by the County of Los Angeles.
I appreciate you dancing a little bit for me. I felt it was important for that information to be shared publicly because it affects our ability to make decisions. And because the decision I want to make is a decision that I'm basically being said if I do make it, that I'm subject to the legal ramifications as a city council member, and the city potentially wouldn't defend me. So I want to just say a couple other things that I think are important. Pasadena, a city that has actually allowed restaurants to remain open since these orders were put out by the county due to the fact that they have their own health department, is actually a slightly smaller city than the city of Torrance, but they have over twice the cases of COVID-19 that we here in Torrance do, and almost twice the number of deaths that we do. And it just seems really odd to me that just because they have a health department, that they get to be able to have their businesses open and we don't. And clearly with numbers like that, I don't need a health department to tell me that we're a much safer city to have businesses open. I'm just really disappointed that we can't take a stronger stand on this. And I'm also upset about the ability for our kids not to be able to use our playgrounds. But these are the orders that have been imposed upon us by the state and the county. I want to vote against them, but I just feel like, unfortunately, I can't do that and be responsible. What I am hoping that we will do as some local communities, that maybe some of our fellow cities, we will get together. I think Councilmember Chen, who's on our South Bay COG, he will probably speak about some letters that are being produced by our South Bay COG in an effort to try to bring some sanity to the rules that are being imposed upon our beach cities. But I also would like to request, if my colleagues agree with me, we can bring this back up later in the discussion, that we reinvestigate the idea of going to a health department, either of our own or jointly with other beach cities. And we gave it a very cursory overview the last time we discussed it, but I think it's deserving of a much more deeper dive than we've given it, and I would like to have that explored further if my council colleagues agree with me. And unfortunately, that's really all I want to say about this tonight. It's very disappointing, but I guess that's what it is, and I'll let my other colleagues share their thoughts. Thank you.
And I think I'm going to go next because I think it needs to be said. Like everybody here and everybody watching, I was deeply concerned when I heard that the Department of Public Health indicated that it was ordering all restaurants to close as of last Wednesday night at 10 o'clock. Obviously, the rise in coronavirus cases is alarming to everyone, and it's continuing to rise even since those orders were made. But I question the wisdom of shutting down restaurants, considering the cost that they had incurred preparing for outside dining and the financial impact it would have on the owners and the employees. A lot of people are employed in the restaurant industry, and they're not making big money. They're working for minimum wage, some of them dishwashers and busboys and busgirls and waiters and waitresses, not to mention the owners of the properties themselves. What I did was I immediately contacted our member of the County Board of Supervisors, Janice Hahn, and over the next couple of days, we had a number of conversations seeking different options. I also communicated my concerns to my fellow mayors in El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, Redondo Beach, and even the Hill Cities. All of us agreed that the restrictions on dining at restaurants did not appear fair. And all of us had very productive conversations with Supervisor Hahn, and most, if not all, submitted letters to the board asking that restaurants be permitted to continue outdoor dining. Many of our local restaurateurs contacted me directly and asked what could be done. I advised them that we were having those conversations with the supervisor, and I asked them to do the same thing and encouraged them to submit letters or emails to the Board of Supervisors prior to Tuesday's meeting, and many of them did. I personally submitted an online public comment and a letter asking the board to not order the closure of restaurants, as a number of my colleagues on the council did the same thing with the letters. Supervisors Hahn and Catherine Barger argued and pleaded for the Board of Supervisors to rescind the restaurant closure order. Unfortunately, they were outvoted 3-2. Myself and a number of our neighbor mayors reached out to the South Bay City's Council of Governments seeking options and a collaborative method to address the new health orders. An emergency meeting of the South Bay COG was scheduled on Monday evening to strategize how to proceed, and myself, Councilmember Chen, I believe Councilmember Kalani, Councilmember Griffith, I think I hit everybody that was there at one time or another. We met with the COG, and I believe at one point there was 49 people on the Zoom call as I was looking at it. And in the meantime, cases, hospitalization, and deaths are continuing to increase. I'm going to let Councilmember Chen, as the voting member of the COG, let you know what was considered. And it was considered health departments, whether we do it individually, collectively, as part of SPA 8. There was even some discussion about asking Pasadena if they'd let us join in with them in Pasadena. The beach cities all kind of rallied around the Beach Cities Health District, thinking maybe that would be a natural place to do it. But letters were sent out today, and I think additional letters are, and I'll let Councilmember Chen take it from there.
Thank you, Mayor. So, and thank you, Councilman Griffith. So last night we had an emergency meeting for the South Bay City's Council of Government, and just so you know, at the end we took a vote and it was unanimous to take the following actions. I will briefly summarize. And one is, as the Mayor has stated, is looking into if we can develop and stand up some type of I'll call it a emergency health district only for the South Bay COG. We know that if it takes a year or two, that's not going to work. So we looked at different ways to stand up some type of a emergency health district, maybe get the city of Pasadena to adopt us, or stand up something locally and having the Beach Cities Health District to help us, with the focus on allowing us to keep restaurants and retail businesses open. We feel recently those are the two areas that's affected. With that in mind, there were a few actions that's taken that the South Bay COG already have done, and tonight I will ask, similar to what Councilman Griffith has said, with the concurrence of the council, that our city also send letters to the governor and to the LA County supervisors, asking them to give us the opportunity, which I believe they call it a waiver, because the South Bay Cities Council of Government of the 16 cities were pretty much flatlined compared to the rest of the county, to allow us to make decisions which business should open and close under the pandemic. The other area that we're looking at is, I believe that basically summarizes the decision. Mayor, if I missed anything, you can correct me. Or I think Councilman Tucci was also there last night. Anyone who was there last night, did I miss anything?
I think you summarized most of it, and obviously the issue is that we do have a pandemic, and the thing that was brought up by the Beach Cities Health District in their presentation was this is the Pasadena stepping out differently is the first time that any health district has stepped out. Long Beach has their health district, and they went in lockstep with the County of Los Angeles. I think the fairness that we felt as council people and mayors from the South Bay is that they singled out the restaurant industry without any empirical data showing that there really was a rise in cases coming from restaurants. They suppose it is. They think it might be, but there is really, truly no data at all. And, it seems like they asked these people to put up barricades and buy outside tables and put heaters up and tents up. And then some of them spend tens of thousands of dollars to move on outside and provide dining experiences for people. And clearly people want to do it. I mean, if you don't want to do it, you won't go there. And if you don't feel it's safe, then you probably shouldn't go there. But as long as you feel it's safe, then it should be an experience, unless they prove to they come up with data. And I think we did mention that there is a couple lawsuits pending. At least one we know of, a lawsuit against the county health department by the California Restaurant Association. And in fact, I believe it was the next day, Wednesday, they went into court looking for a restraining order or injunction against the county, and it was denied. But the lawsuit is continued. So the California Restaurant Association represents all the member restaurants, and I think the gentleman, there was two representatives at the COG meeting last night, and I think the number was 69,000 restaurants they represent across the state of California. So there is litigation about it, and we'll be following to see how it turns out. And certainly we hope for the benefit of all of our restaurants. And then the other thing is that we're balancing this with the health and safety of our community. Like it was mentioned, 7,593 positive cases today. Another 46 people in LA County died. In the city of Torrance, we had 33 new cases today, which brings us up to 2,069 positive tests during the course of the coronavirus. And of course, that's just representative of the test. So this is a very obviously a very contagious disease, and we all have to be careful. I would have been much happier to hear the Board of Supervisors just say there's going to be enforcement of masks, because I think there's empirical data saying that wearing a mask protects other people and it protects the actual mask wearer. And when you have data like that, that's something you can get that behind and support. But when you just go to an industry and say, we're just closing you down because we think maybe it's possible, that's truly not fair at all. Councilmember Griffin?
Yeah, there was one more thing on the COG that did not get mentioned, and that was that the COG was going to advocate for a revote by the County Board of Supervisors. As may be known, it was voted 3 to 2 against keeping the restaurants open for outdoor dining, and Supervisors Hahn and Barger were in support of keeping our restaurants open, and we all thank them for that vote. And ironically, Supervisor Ridley Thomas, on his last day in office or last meeting, voted against the restaurants, and so we have a new incoming Board of Supervisor member who will be seated this week, I believe, and so we're hoping that at their first meeting with the new supervisor, we can get a revote on this. And I think that was part of the request from the COG.
And we're hopeful for that. Councilmember Goodrich?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a lot of thoughts on this. For those who have tracked my sentiments along the way on our COVID response, I've played it fairly conservatively, but it's come to the point where I vehemently disagree with the LA County Board of Supervisors 3 to 2 vote last week on this and closing the restaurants. Like it's been stated, there's no hard data that shows that it's the restaurants that are driving the spread. The outdoor dining is what I mean. Specifically, if you look a few months ago when our outdoor dining reopened, there was not a spike at that time. So I think that ought to tell you something. And then what I don't hear a lot of people talking about is with this colder weather, there's bound to be fewer people sitting outside in the chilly conditions, and that inherently will reduce the percentage fullness that these restaurants are experiencing. And it's in fact, I mean, another perspective is by taking people that would otherwise meet outside, you're driving some of them inside into their own homes to meet with other people, and this vote could be absolutely counterproductive and driving the spread even further. So I'm just really disappointed in the County Board of Supervisors and really frustrated by the fact that we're held to, I don't know what you want to call it, I don't have words for it. I'm very frustrated. Talking to some restaurant owners in these last few days, just what they've gone through, what's been asked of them, and then just shut them down with very little basis just a couple months later. Talked to Lou over at Prima Italia, and he told me something I wasn't aware of. He said that they've fed 3,500 people, 3,500 meals since the start of COVID that they've donated to people in need, and that's a considerable amount of people going forward that aren't going to be fed because they're not going to be able to afford to do it because they're being closed down here. So I just feel for the restaurant owners. I hope that our new incoming supervisor will change this decision, and just talking about this tonight gave me the thought I'm going to send her an email congratulating on her victory, and if they do get the opportunity to vote, urging her to change this decision, or at least establish some sort of carve-out or something for the cities that are not as affected. And I would be in full support of passing a resolution by this council similar to what other cities have passed, opposing the County Board of Supervisors' decision from last week.
And supporting our restaurants and other businesses as well. I think we can make that into one great resolution to show the support. Obviously, one of the interesting things was City of Los Angeles had an emergency meeting, and they voted 11-2 or 11-3 to oppose the county's measure, and they got it in front of the Board of Supervisors, and ironically, Mark Ridley Thomas, the supervisor, is going to be a member of that city council that sent him 11 signatures saying that they should leave the restaurants there. So there's just a disconnect on that. And one thing it really troubled me is that we know there's going to be a tremendous spike because of Thanksgiving. I mean, we saw at the airports people going and people having gatherings at their homes, and we just know it's going to happen. Kids came home from school if they were away at school, and there's not going to be a way to measure what happened with the restaurants because it wasn't just parceled out to be able to see it. So instead, we're going to see this tremendous spike, and in the meantime, the restaurant industry and as you mentioned, Councilmember Goodrich, they are the greatest philanthropists in our community and many communities. They are always donating food to the needy as well as services to some of our nonprofits and volunteering with the nonprofits. And I know the Red Car Brewery has a tremendous relationship with Providence Little Company of Mary, the children's unit over there, and all of them do. I mean, they always say yes and hand out, and we have to do our best, and that's one of the reasons that I hit the ground running as best I could, and I think a number of people in this council and other elected officials went after our supervisors, knowing that we could talk to them, and I really have to give kudos to Supervisor Catherine Barger and Supervisor Janice Hahn for listening. Supervisor Hahn said this is the first time she has ever heard all 88 cities in the Los Angeles County are opposed to closing the restaurant. All 88 cities are on the same track. There's not one city that broke away and said, no, we're closing our restaurants. We agree with that. So that's kind of unique that city governments could agree on that one big issue, and it truly is a big issue. And hopefully, we're not going to be able to do anything on the short term. We're hoping as fast as we can. But in the meantime, I would encourage everybody to please patronize our restaurants by doing takeouts. They'll be bringing them out to your car for you. I'm sure there'll be touchless ways that you can get your food there. But it's so important. Maybe some gift cards for the holidays to help them get through this terrible time right now. Anything that can help them keep some of their employees working at least, that would be grateful. And then the fallback is eventually the federal government's going to come back with perhaps the next round. I really think they're falling down on not providing some stimulus package to the people who are hurting, out of work, their businesses are closed. They're not going to have money to pay their rent, their mortgage, their food for their children, and Christmas gifts and things like that. And that's really, it's a time that the federal government could step up and really say something. And I really think they're laying down on the job right now. They did it before, but it's been 5 months. But it's time to do it again. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. As Councilman Goodrich was talking, the analogy that popped in my head I'll share would be, if the Lakers won the championship this year, it would be similar to a few bad actors in the NBA who committed technical foul, and then the commissioner decided to shut the whole NBA down. To me, they literally shut down the entire restaurant and retail. It's almost like, those of us who did not commit the foul or the technical, we have to take the penalty. What I was going to ask you, Mayor, is based on what we've heard from Councilman Griffith and what we heard from the COG, we've asked, I think I heard some requests for concurrence to take action, generate letters out. Any other steps we need to take before to carry out those actions for staff to help us generate those letters, or do we need to take a vote on that before we forget if there's any other comments? I think you're on mute, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I hope somebody's writing this all down, but I think we want to do that resolution in support of businesses and in opposition to the Public Health Department order for restaurants and playgrounds. We also want to we want staff to address coming back, looking at the health department again, and I says with cooperation with our South Bay COG, because they came up with some, I think, creative ways to perhaps pull it off and may be able to do it. And then there's a third one. What was the third one?
I think there was also a letter to Governor Newsom and
the letters.
County Supervisor.
We want to send the letters to the supervisor as well as the governor, and I think that about ties it up. I'm sorry. Councilman Griffin, you're on mute.
Push for a revote for the county supervisors after the new supervisor seated?
I think we can put that into the letter, but I think in the meantime, I think we should reach out to the incoming or the. Well, actually, we have some people tasked with that through the COG, and they have good relationships. So I dare say I don't want to send anything to somebody that may make them feel uncomfortable. If we have the connections, we might also use those relationships. And I think we had a couple volunteers last night who said they would reach out. And I truly believe they will reach out because they were pretty adamant.
I just want to show that we're in support of doing that.
Yeah. But how do we do that? I mean, I'm trying to think. Well, we can put that in the letter. We ask for a revote. We don't have to mention that there's a change in the personnel at the Board of Supervisors. So I think I think that's one of the things we make a demand in there that they do a revote. And I think actually Supervisor Kuehl ran into some issues today about dining in a restaurant. So she, maybe when she reads our letter, she'll think about changing her vote, and that would be the easiest way. And if that's a teaser, tune into Channel 5 at 10 o'clock. Did that capture everything?
It If that was
Yes, Your Honor.
just a wording for the motion, I would make the move.
Well, I'm still making sure that we captured everything. Anybody else have any? Councilmember Matucci, was there something else?
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just wanted to make sure that, we can keep this separate because I don't want to muddy up the waters with this resolution. I'm fully supporting any effort we can with letters and emails and whatever else. But I do want to have the opportunity to speak on a different approach, which is a harsher approach. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm allowed to do this after this motion.
Well, you should probably do it ahead of the motion.
Well, like I said, I don't want to muddy up this motion. I think if we can agree on this motion as Councilman Chen proposed, I would second it. But I also want to make sure that I have the opportunity to speak on this item without closing it off. Okay, great.
Let me check.
That's all I wanted to know.
Check with the city attorney. We can make a motion to do something, and then we can continue on without closing out the item. Correct?
Correct, because it's not final action, because this item is, the description is so broad that council can continue on the item.
And it's kind of prospective, too, what we're going to be doing. Okay. So we have a motion by Councilmember Chen.
I'll second.
And the second by Councilmember Matucci.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I've brought this up before, and of course now we're a few weeks later, and things change. I really do feel that the city of Torrance needs to take a stronger approach. I'm full support of starting off nice, but I think we've gotten to the point where the decision makers, Barbara Ferrer, Governor Newsom, and whomever else, is completely out of touch with our businesses, not just the businesses in Torrance, but businesses in general. These are individuals that have really never run a business. They don't understand the pain and the suffering and the investment that goes into, building not just restaurants, any kind of business. We've seen many businesses go down. I personally know one that I actually helped purchase, and she remodeled it, and now it's closed, and they're gone. They're actually gone. They left California. So my thoughts are this, that as a city, I think it's our duty that we at least look into the possibilities of suing both the county and the state for constitutional rights violations and possible government overreach. There's I think a slew of reasons that I can think of that I think should be taken in front of a court. And the reason I say this is because there's really no, as the mayor even suggested, that there's no scientific evidence that justifies shutting down restaurants, dining, outdoor dining. I think that's something that should be looked at and fought. So with concurrence, I would like for us to look into the possibility of hiring a constitutional rights attorney. As City Attorney Sullivan stated, that's not the expertise of our own in-house department, so we would have to go outside. At least consulting with a constitutional rights attorney to look into the possibilities of fighting this legally. And I'm also a firm believer that I don't want to sound political here, but if California can defy federal immigration laws with their SB 54, then I think Torrance can defy county and state orders by having our own set of ordinances. But let's not go there. That's a complete separate fight. But as far as what the county and the state are doing to our businesses, I've said this before and I'll say it again, it's nothing short of criminal. And I'm sorry, Barbara Ferrer, at costing taxpayers almost $600,000 a year. She's completely out of touch and a disgrace. And what she's doing is pure evil. It's evil what she's doing. She's not protecting anybody. She's destroying people's lives. There's no proof that these restaurants were causing any spikes. These are spikes of an unstoppable virus. We can't stop this virus. We can only possibly slow it down. We've gone down this road before. So I urge you to please support at least looking into the possibilities of filing lawsuit against the county. I know some of them are maybe your friends or people that you work with. You don't want to spoil their relationship. But it's time for the city of Torrance to stand up to the tyranny of this government that's controlling and destroying our businesses. So please, I urge you to, let's take action. Let's do more than just letters, please. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councilmember Kalani.
Well, I don't know, are we finished with the subject that Councilmember Matucci brought up?
Just looking for concurrence.
You'd like to discuss that?
Oh, I'll wait until this item is over. I'm sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Chen.
I too want to make sure that we complete each subject at a time. With respect to what Councilman Matucci has requested concurrence of just looking into that possibility, I would give concurrence to look into that because I know there are concerns about full-blown, but just looking into what we can do, I would give the concurrence.
Well, when you're talking concurrence and hiring counsel, you need some money for that. Do you want to limit how much money is concurrent? Because, frankly, I have legal training, and I went to law school. I've had con law. The cases that have been tested so far, First Amendment cases, and the First Amendment is a very strong thing. There is no constitutional right when there's a licensing involved. If you want to put aside $4,000, $5,000 to hire a lawyer to hit them with that constitutional question, and they will say, well, it depends, and maybe, perhaps. But there is no cause of action, or there is no constitutional violation. You want to limit it to $5,000 to put away? I don't know where we're getting it from, but we'll take that out of some kitty someplace and hire an attorney, a constitutional lawyer attorney. The South Bay COG has an attorney, Mike Jenkins. He can certainly look at it as a collective thing from there. There is litigation going on right now. The California Restaurant Association has a lawsuit. They may prevail on that. We don't know. They may not. But thus far, the only constitutional attacks on any of these health orders is the recent one that was done in New York State, and that was a First Amendment. It had to do with church, and in fact, there was recently a discussion about the ones in the state of California, and that was appropriate because it said if it was so bad, there was so many people. If it wasn't so bad, it had more people. So it was tailored to the situation. There is no constitutional right. You have a constitutional right. They're all enumerated in the Constitution of the United States with the 27 amendments that are attached there, too. None of them say that you have a right to violate health orders. None of them say that the health department you're just jousting at a windmill, and the windmill's spinning pretty fast. It's going to be difficult to hit. And money is a big issue. Money that could be used in other locations or other things. I certainly can't support, every time something goes wrong, you go to litigation. Well, that's, there's 88 cities in the county of Los Angeles. One of them has a health department that said they can stay open. So they're open still, but they may close any day now. Who knows, the way that the pandemic is going. So we don't like the orders, so we decide to change things, and it's not going to make any difference. And by the time all that would happen, hopefully this crisis will be behind us, but we'll have another crisis sitting right in front of it, which looks like a big public health crisis.
With all due respect, that was the same argument we did a few weeks ago, and here we are. I think as a city, here we are. So as a city, I think we can invest, like you put a dollar figure, $5,000. That'll buy us approximately 8 hours worth of an attorney to look into it. I think that's fair.
Maybe half a day.
The limit. Yeah, maybe half a day. But half a day, that would actually give us at least a peace of mind that we know that we did everything we could legally, versus just assuming that something may be or may not be unconstitutional. And the constitutional violation, that's just, in my opinion, just one of the approach that we need to take. I think there's other things we can litigate. And I say litigate not because that's the first option. It's because many months later, here we are. And yes, the virus is real. By the way, I have people within my family, not direct family, but that actually are infected and are actually terminal with COVID-19. So for any, I just don't want anybody to think that I haven't been affected personally. This is actually my mom's cousin in Italy. She's terminal with COVID-19. She had pre-existing condition, and she most likely won't make it. But regardless, what I'm trying to fight for is the right for people to make a living. And I don't think government should actually get in the way of restaurants or any other business to make a living. And, they keep on telling us to follow the science. Well, yet there's no scientific evidence that shows that the infections were higher in outdoor patios than they were in government buildings. As a matter of fact, there is a study that shows that you're twice as likely to get COVID-19 in a government building than you are in an outdoor patio. So, maybe we should shut down government buildings instead of shutting down patios. But I urge us at least, let's invest this $5,000 to look into it, so at least we can put our minds at ease that we did everything we could as a city versus just kind of guessing.
Councilmember Chen was first, then Kalani, then Ashcraft. Keep a score.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you mentioned that the South Bay COG has an attorney, and being part of the board member there, I believe the attorney that the COG that supports a COG supports that pro bono. I'm just wondering. I know there's cost issues. If it's possible for our city attorney, Mr. Sullivan, to at least reach out to the COG's attorney. I'm not sure what his expertise is, and just to see if is there anything there.
I think it would have to come from the other way, coming from the COG. He's the COG's attorney. Don't come from our attorney to another attorney. It would be that we reach out to the COG, and the COG goes to their attorney and request.
Okay. I mean, that was just another way. I was sure.
Yeah. Council Member Kalani, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. That was going to be my question, to ask if Councilmember Chen can actually reach out to the South Bay COG and try to get some answers for us, and then come back next week and readdress it with any information that he might have. Thank you.
wouldn't hurt to make the inquiry. That's the worst case scenario.
I will make the inquiry, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Councilmember Ashcraft, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, thank you. Comment. I think I understand what Councilmember Matucci is saying, but I hesitate on the issue of paying an attorney for something, as we're discussing. Closing the restaurants is not a constitutional thing. I get that. I understand the frustration. I'm frustrated. I know we all are. We all talked about that. I'm a business owner. I get it. I think that our strength should be put right now where we talked about with the supervisors. They're the ones that have the power right now. If we were to engage an attorney, we're talking about a lengthy process, no matter what we do with it. I think that our strength lies with the supervisors, and they have all the power. They have all the power right now. And I think it's incumbent on us, as we've heard, every city agrees with us already. And so, in my estimation, I'm going to press the supervisors, and I think as a whole, we all need to. And I'm hoping that every city, mayor, and council in the South Bay particular does the same thing. They're holding all the power, and that's where it is right now. Thank you.
I know in the conversations I've had with other elected officials that everybody's putting the pressure on to the supervisors, at least our supervisor, and now we have through the COG it goes into other supervisorial districts, and so there is cities, Hawthorne, Lawndale, Inglewood are in the second supervisorial district, and that's where Mark Ridley Thomas was the supervisor. So they're going to be talking to their supervisor-elect. I think maybe if we send a letter to the Board of Supervisors, maybe we'll get some luck out of it. I don't see any benefit in doing litigation at this point, or even looking at constitutional litigation about this. Anybody else? I mean, Councilmember Matucci can make a motion, and
well, I didn't know we needed a motion. It's just simple concurrence. But if I need a motion, I will make a motion that we invest $5,000 to at least look into it, to whether it's to put our mind at ease or to come back with an item to file suit and protect our businesses, protect our rights as a city and as business owners. But that's my motion. Invest $5,000 out of a $207 million budget to try in an attempt to protect our business rights from closing down.
Is there a second? There is no second, so it dies for lack of a second.
Thank you.
All right. Does that conclude this item? Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask in the meantime if there's something we can do immediately to support restaurants and businesses through either a campaign or an effort to inform the community of the restaurants and businesses and small businesses that are trying to make it through these changes. For example, some website that they could go to where it lists all the restaurants in Torrance, all the small businesses in Torrance, and to encourage residents to basically eat and shop small in Torrance.
Good idea. Mr. Shaparian?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilwoman, today we launched a Takeout Tuesday campaign. We can expand that, use our existing website, resources that are available, and working through the Chamber and Economic Development and our Cable and Community Relations to expand the campaign to have broader reach and highlight all the takeout and dining options available for Torrance residents and visitors and employers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
we have a good relationship with the chamber, so I'm certain we can certainly partner up with them to get the word out. That's for darn sure.
Thank you.
Anything else? No? Okay. I guess that concludes everything on item 6A, and we'll move on to items 9A. And we move on to item 9B from Finance and Government Operations Committee to accept and file the fiscal year 2020-2021 first quarter. And I believe this is Councilmember Goodrich as the chair.
Thank you, Mayor. The Finance and Governmental Operations Committee met virtually on November 17th, 2020 to discuss the first quarter 2020-2021 budget review report. The committee was presented with a report on first quarter results, year-end forecast, and 2 program modifications. I'd like to thank staff for their presentation, as well as the committee members that serve with me, and also the public, all one of them, for their participation and input. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to staff for their presentation of the committee's recommendations to the full City Council. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Sheila Passan with the Finance Department. Item 9B is a recommendation of the Finance and Governmental Operations Committee that City Council, 1, accept and file the fiscal year 2020-21 first quarter budget review report, and 2, approve the program modifications for the City Manager's Office and Police Department. We'll not be presenting a formal PowerPoint, but I'll just be summarizing the item before you. To summarize, as of September 30th, 2020, the City received $28.5 million in revenues and expended $49.7 million in the General Fund operating fund. This is expected and typical for the first quarter, as certain major revenues, such as property tax and business license taxes, are seasonal and have not yet been received as of September. For this reason, it's important to also consider the year-end projection. As of last month, when we had presented to committee, staff projected to break even at approximately $202.6 million in both revenues and expenses. However, this, of course, is subject to change with further restrictions and closures due to COVID-19, which, as was communicated in item 9A, is indeed occurring over at the minimum, the holiday period. Staff will continue to monitor and provide another mid-year budget update, which is anticipated to occur in March 2021. In addition to presenting first quarter results, staff also presented 2 program modifications for City Council consideration and approval from the City Manager's Office and the Police Department. In the City Manager's Office, the program modification seeks to implement a management assistant program with the previously approved specification for position of management assistant. The goal of the program is to rotate management assistance between the City Manager's Office, Finance, and a third department based on organizational needs, as a way to prepare them for a career in local government and compete for professional level positions within the city. Essentially, the goal is to develop Torrance homegrown professionals that can grow within the organization, which has proven to be successful in the past. Funding for 2 FTE positions is available in the Meet and Confer Reserve. Secondly, the Police Department program modification seeks to utilize another round of lateral incentives to aid in recruiting efforts. There is a significant gap in new police officers being hired and graduating from the police academy, given restrictions in the ability to conduct testing due to COVID-19. The highlights of this offering include a monetary transfer incentive, as well as crediting the employee with vacation and sick leave upon successful completion of the 12-month probationary period. The cost is about $38,000 per hire, and funding is available in the Police Department operating budget through overall salary savings. With that, staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Poison. Are there any questions from the council? I see Councilmember Griffiths, followed by Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Poison, for your presentation. And I know this is a really challenging time to be juggling these numbers, and I you presented very well to us at the committee meeting, and I agree with everything that was said at the committee meeting. However, since the committee meeting, something has come to my attention that I would like to ask and see if the staff can help me understand a little bit better. In regards to the program modification for the lateral program for the police officers, which in concept I'm 100% for, but in recent news and also as a result of the recent election, it's my understanding, and I don't have all the details, that the LAPD and potentially sheriffs are going to be downsizing and freeing up potential officers that may potentially become candidates for our department. And I'm wondering, with that type of activity happening, do we really need to put a incentive program in place? I wonder if somebody could touch on that.
Councilman, this is Adam Jafarian, City Manager, and if Chief's on the line, I'll ask her to chime in. If I may, typically in the case of reductions in staffing, usually it's last in, first out, and our target audience for the lateral program is more above entry officers who come to us with experience in their respective agencies. They've already gone through training, and they bring with them a wealth of information. They're able to transition to, obviously with local Torrance training, into the field on a higher. We do have hiring standards, and necessarily just because somebody might have been left to their agency looking for employment doesn't automatically equate to us hiring them, because they have to go through the strict Torrance requirements. And there's a special characteristic that we're looking for in the officers that we want to attract. And typically those individuals would be somewhat seasoned at their agencies and able to make the transition. Chief, if there's anything you want to add on that.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to expand on that. Eve Berg, Police Chief. One of the things that we have to take into consideration is that while the Sheriff's Department or LAPD may be downsizing and may be losing officers, the issue is that all the rest of the police departments in LA County are vying for the same pool of candidates. So we have to make ourselves attractive to those people who are considering a career, continuing their career in law enforcement in the police department. For instance, El Segundo, I believe, has a $25,000 signing bonus. Culver City has a signing bonus. There are other departments who have ways to entice different employees to go to their department. So that's one of the reasons why this is so important, is because everybody's vying for the same candidates, and we have to try to make it more palatable or more wanting them to come to the city of Torrance.
I appreciate that, and I was in support of the lateral program when it was implemented originally a couple of years ago, and the success that brought to our recruitment. But that was in a little bit of a different time where there really just weren't any available officers around at all, and it really was pulling teeth to get officers from anywhere. So I'll be curious to see what my colleagues say, but in general, I'm supportive of the idea of doing what we can to recruit the best. Thank you.
Councilor Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question probably to staff. We received a few questionnaires. I believe when we had the committee meeting, some issues were being considered by staff, was just being reviewed and no decision were made. And I'd like to see if we can clarify it for us and the public with respect to ideas like airport landing fees and renting out hangars for non-aviation use, because I think some residents think the decision's already made, or we're going to do an up and down vote today. I just thought maybe we could clarify those two items a little bit.
That's correct, Councilman. The intent was to bring back a separate item for council consideration for the alternate fees that were initially introduced, the non-aviation hangar fees and the potential hangar rate increases. I would think that the process would be to bring forward a recommendation for discussion. I'd also like to note that none of these, if it's a new fee or even an increased fee, that'll have to be approved and passed via resolution, which wouldn't be done at this time.
Thank you. And I don't know if the process would go through the airport commission first before it comes to us, or the staff send it directly to us.
The landing fees, as mentioned, were already taken to the airport commission for consideration, and they unanimously voted no, 4-0. The two other alternate fees don't have to; they're not required to go to the commission. However, if the council directs that to be so, they can choose to.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Yes, good segue. I wanted to address that particular section in the report as well. Originally, as part of the committee forwarding this, I thought it was worth taking a look at, but the more feedback I've heard tonight and also in the couple weeks prior to this, given some thought, and I'm not sure that a couple of these items are worth the time to explore further. The hangar rents, seeing this matrix here, they're already at the upper part, but even more concerning is I think the non-aviation uses for the hangar. I talked to our general services director, and there's a statement in here that, just for clarification, I think it doesn't provide the full picture. It said that there's some vacant hangars right now, and I found out in talking to Sean that this is the time of year, because of the upcoming property tax assessment for the tenants of those hangars that they are on the hook for paying. This is the time of year that there tends to be more vacancies. So although there are a couple vacancies now, normally there are not vacancies. So that combined with just I think it's pretty bureaucratic trying to figure out a system that is fair, and I'm not in support of non-aviation uses down at the airport. Kind of feel like things have been chipped away piece by piece down there, and got to draw the line somewhere. So at this point, as part of the report, I'd be in favor of removing those two items.
Councilwoman Ashcraft.
And thank you.
I should say one thing, the overriding. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry about that, Heidi. One of the overriding concerns, I think, and what I've heard since our original meeting, is the security concerns. We did spend a lot of money a number of years ago to improve security down there, and with non-aviation uses, who knows what you're going to get being stored in those hangars there. Okay, I think he's finished now.
Now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, on the opposite side of that, I'd like to pursue a little bit of the non-aviation related items, because I'm understanding the smaller hangars, that's what a lot of them are being used for, which is against what we have written up, the way to use them. I would like to pursue learning more about that, the smaller hangars, and that people are using, because the fees that we are charging are much cheaper than using a storage unit, and that's why people are doing that. So to me, because they're not putting any airplanes in those smaller ones, I would really be interested in seeing that, because that's craziness to me that we've got storage going on, which is number one, against what we have for rules. Number two, it's much cheaper than a storage unit. So I'm, on the other hand, for looking into that and possibly keeping it. Thank you.
Anybody else? I kind of agree. I fully agree with Councilmember Ashcraft. I think we should look at those hangars down there, and if they're not being used for aircraft purposes, then perhaps they can carry over and start paying a different rate because it's not an aircraft. I know we've had games down there over the years where the locks were missing or there was double locks. They couldn't find the combination. Councilwoman Ashcraft was, on the council and remember going through that. And then finally, there was a subtle confession made. Well, maybe it isn't airplanes in there, and maybe it was luxury automobiles kept in a hangar. So at a much cheaper than they would be paying someplace where they store luxury automobiles. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have one more comment. When you talked about luxury automobiles, which it could be, or it could be, if we look into this, and I was speaking to our attorneys as well as Mr. Megadician, it requires different insurance. And as a city, if those things are going on and something happens, we could be liable. So we need to step up the insurance for this kind of stuff if it's going to be happening. And so it's a whole ball of wax there that needs to be dealt with. Thank you.
Councilmember Tucci.
Thank you, Mayor. The airport landing fees, that's something that I do agree, something that we probably don't even need to bring back because I quite honestly, it would be a waste of staff time. I think there's some common sense that starts clicking in, which is, the businesses that we have down there, Robinson Helicopters, the training facilities, those are all businesses that we need to try to retain. As far as the non-aviation storage, I have maybe a different take on this. If we have non-aviation tenants, that means that there's no planes in there, right? They're not using it to store planes. So no plane means less airplane traffic, which is something that the neighbors might actually like. However, I do think that we need to keep aviation tenants on a separate list, as a priority list. So if there is a waiting list for whatever reason, let's say we're at 100% capacity, I think aviation tenants should have priority to getting them. But I don't think it's fair to charge more to non-aviation tenants because, after all, we want to be able to keep that place at 100% at all times. Any kind of vacancy is 100% loss. I know this is not necessarily the time to discuss this, but I would definitely not support any kind of fees for landing fees. And I also think that the rents should be staying the same and aviation tenants be put on a priority list versus, if it gets down to the point where it's a waiting list. And as far as the item 2, which is program modifications to city manager's office and police department, especially for the police department, I really do think that incentives do work. I just don't want to get it. I don't want to get caught up into Santa Monica does this, so we have to go a little bit higher. Inglewood does that, and Hawthorne does this, and we start comparing all these other cities that just blow money, burn through money like a wildfire. So we do have to take a conservative approach. We've asked all departments to cut 15% of their budget. The last thing we want to do is start blowing through money like that. But I think the incentives work. I think we have the best of the best. And we should always continue to strive for that. I would also like for us to put the police department on a completely different category when it comes to restoring their budget, because right now we're down, I believe, 20 some odd foreign officers, of which the remaining, quite a bit of them are working mainly from the station. They're not on patrol. So we've really had a big decrease in patrol bodies. So we definitely want to be able to restore that, especially with the surrounding cities cutting back on their law enforcement, whether it's through the Sheriff's Department or LAPD knocking off $150 million off their budget. we're going to see an increase in crime. And the last thing I want to do is follow the footsteps of City of Los Angeles or the County of Los Angeles with their cutbacks on law enforcement. So I think Torrance really does need to gear up with our law enforcement and make sure that we make that a priority. Safety in the city has always been historically one of our shining features. So let's try to keep it that way. But I'm definitely in favor. I don't know if we need a motion on this or if we're ready for a motion, but I'm willing to make a motion on this tonight.
Is there any further discussion? If not, we're taking a motion.
All right. Then I'd like to move that we accept and file fiscal year 2020-2021 first quarter budget review report, and also approve the program modifications for the city manager's office and police department.
Mayor, this is Aram. Before you vote, would you like us to follow up on the airport fees for the use of the hangars, be back at the commission and come back to council as a follow-up?
Yeah, I think it's fair. It's fair that we continue to discuss it, just because I don't know, unless we have. I don't think we have full concurrence on this. So I think we can bring it back and discuss it at that point. But I think it's only fair that we do bring it back.
We can vet it at the commission level and bring it back to council for full consideration.
Sure.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Ashcroft, were you seconding?
Yes, I would second Mr. Matucci's motion.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Yes.
Councilmember Chen?
Yes.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Aye.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Mayor Fury?
Yes.
Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to item 9C, which is from the Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee to discuss and provide direction on emergency medical services transportation program. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and fellow council members, good evening. The Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee met on Monday, October 26, 2020, to receive a presentation from Fire Chief Martin Cerna and the EMS Assistant Chief Alec Miller on the proposed EMS transportation program. The Torrance Fire Department was requested to develop budget reduction scenarios for fiscal year 2020 and 2021. The reduction is 4.9% or $2.4 million of the total department budget. Recognizing any reduction would have an adverse impact on service, the Fire Command staff proposed a new model for EMS transport. The Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee approved that the item be brought forward to City Council for discussion and direction to the Fire Department on the development and implementation of a city EMS transportation program. I will now ask Chief Cerna to expand on the proposed program with a presentation on the proposed EMS transportation program. Chief Cerna?
Thank you, Council Member Kailani. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. This is Martin Cerna, the Fire Chief. This evening we are seeking approval from your honorable body to develop a city EMS transportation ambulance program. We would like to apologize to the committee before we begin. The item reflected that the proposal was approved at the committee level, which was not accurate. What was approved by the committee was to bring the item forward to this honorable body for forward discussion and approval for the entire council. Before we move forward with our presentation, you can go to the next slide, Chief Miller. I would like to provide some clarity on some statements I shared with the community when I was appointed to the position of fire chief. Many community members, after my appointment, wanted to know my thoughts with the current private ambulance provider, McCormick Ambulance. More importantly, they wanted to know my thoughts on the TFD, Torrance Fire Department, implementing our own ambulance program. What I shared was that was not my plan, and in fact, we have, and I shared this, continue to have a strong public and private partnership with McCormick. They have met the obligations of the contract each year since we have contracted the services to McCormick. TFD requested to add this service for our community, not at a discredit to their services, but an opportunity to enhance our service model. During this period, I also shared with the community my number one priority and commitment as their fire chief was to truly listen to what services they want from their fire department. This is an incredibly important point as public servants. In 2017, we heard from the community during our fire department strategic plan workshop. We heard and received a wide range of goals, concepts, and concerns from a very diverse group of stakeholders. The feedback we received provided a clear guide for the TFD. In 2018, we presented the Torrance Fire Department strategic plan along with our standards of coverage documents to your honorable body. The community-based strategic plan has and will continue to serve as our compass as we navigate into the future. This plan is a living document and is reviewed annually to ensure our course direction is in alignment with the current environment. A good example of that is in 2017, we were not dealing with a pandemic or COVID-19 or an economy that is and will continue to face challenges as we move into the future. Which brings me to our current proposal. As noted during our budget update, our current budget is facing some challenges. With these potential challenges, our city manager requested each department to develop budget reduction scenarios. With a large portion of our budget assigned to salaries, the options we explored required staff reductions, modifications to our service capability. Assistant Chief Kevin Milliken will provide a broad overview of some of those impacts to our effective response force. The other option we explored and what we are proposing to your honorable body this evening allows us to address the budget reduction scenario, not only allows us to address the budget reduction, but provides us an opportunity to enhance our current emergency services for our community. The proposal provides many positive opportunities that are highlighted on this current slide. We also recognize there will be adjustments that will require us to be agile and adjust along the way to ensure the service program is successful. With that in mind, we are planning a phased-in approach that will be methodical in nature to ensure we are closing gaps as we move forward into the future. We plan and will provide status updates to the Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee on a regular basis. At this time, I would like to turn the presentation over to Assistant Chief Kevin Milliken.
Thank you, Chief Cerna. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Hey, good evening. This is Assistant Chief Kevin Milliken with the Fire Department's Planning Division. And before we present the specifics of the proposed BLS transport plan, I'd like to briefly share an alternate deployment model that was analyzed by TFD staff. As a reminder, as Chief Cerna stated, in 2019, Torrance Fire Department became an accredited agency with the Center for Public Safety Excellence, with truly the focus on continuous improvement. With that, we developed a strategic plan with the internal and external stakeholder input, and you can see some of the goals that were developed on this slide. We're confident that what we're presenting tonight is in alignment with our strategic plan goals and is adaptable to the emerging needs of our city. Next slide, please. Thank you. In order to address the budgetary impacts of the COVID crisis, the alternative to implementing a BLS transport program, which can provide service and generate funds, would be the reduction of on-duty staffing to cover the financial gap. And this would have an impact on the service that we provide. Torrance Fire Department is fortunate to work with Deccan as a vendor for analytic software that can measure that impact. And what it allows us to answer is a couple of questions. Number one, the what is, which measures past performance. And second, the what if, which is our predictive modeling. And that tells us what the changes and what the impact would be if we change our service model. Next slide. So currently, we staff our apparatus with 46 operations personnel per day. We would need to have a net decrease of 7 personnel per day in order to meet the budgetary gap. This decrease in personnel would have an impact on our service, and we can quantify that effect with the Deccan Analytics software. Next slide. We spoke to the strategic plan, and we know that the top 2 community expectations of the fire department are quick response and having well-trained professional personnel. And we use the Deccan software to analyze this alternative or the alternative deployment model with these expectations in mind. And this time we'd like to share a map that allows us to show you that impact on a visual nature. So what you're looking at is a map that measures our compliance to our ERF, or Effective Response Force Time Target. The ERF is the number of personnel it will take to complete certain critical tasks on the fire ground. As you can see, we have the city boundary outlined and our station locations. The color coding, dark green, is the best compliance to meeting that time target for getting that effective response force on scene. The lighter shades of green moving to yellow and orange would be a decrease in our compliance to that target. What you're looking at this moment is what our current deployment model would show and what our current performance is. And if we take the slider, we're going to move it from the right to the left. You can see the change in color to the lighter shades, and that visually shows what that decrease in our performance is. Most of the changes that you see are at the edges of the city and in our planning zone 97, which is just to the south and east of that Station 1 area. To quantify it for the city as a whole, we would see a 4% decrease in compliance to our time target. And while it doesn't sound like a large percentage, when we worked with the analytics software, a 1 to 2% change would be considered a noticeable change in service deployment. And if you look at 10%, that'd be drastic. So 4%, we would definitely see a noticeable change, and it makes sense. Essentially, the fewer firefighters that we have on duty, the longer it takes us to get the required number of that effective response force on scene, as well as there would be impacts to how long it would take to complete those critical tasks once we're there. Now that we've been able to share a little bit of what the alternative model and the impact to our service would be, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Assistant Chief Miller and let him outline the proposed BLS transport plan and why we feel that it is the best solution to not only meet the city's financial needs, but is also in alignment with our strategic plan goals and our emphasis on continuous improvement. Chief Miller?
Thank you, Chief Milliken. Can you hear me okay?
Can, sir.
All right. This is Assistant Chief Alec Miller. Tonight I'll be presenting the proposed ambulance transport model. Bringing ambulance transport in-house is a common concept. Listed on the screen are many of the fire agencies that are currently successful with an in-house transportation program. 22 of the 28 agencies in Los Angeles County, the fire agencies, have moved to an in-house transportation model. We collaborated with many of these departments when we were developing our plan to implement a transportation model. We also collaborated with several departments in Orange County who've been running very successful models for many years. Currently, the city contracts with McCormick Ambulance for patient transport. We're in the process of extending that contract so we have uninterrupted transport during the implementation of this program and to ensure we have surge protection in place. McCormick currently is obligated to dedicate 5 ambulances to Torrance on a daily basis. McCormick retains the BLS fees and passes the ALS fees collected to Torrance Fire. We performed a feasibility study to determine any infrastructure needs, options to acquire ambulances, supplies and equipment needs, and third-party billing. We are well positioned with our current infrastructure. We have 6 strategically located fire stations with accommodations to house the BLS ambulances and the crew members. Our public safety dispatch center can easily integrate the additional units into the response plans. Our EMS supply system can be enhanced to maintain the supplies required, and the office space for EMS division has been expanded with the acquisition and build-out of the 1720 and 1724 date properties. A municipal lease will be utilized to purchase the 8 ambulances. This type of lease is designed to provide essential government assets while reducing startup costs. The first payment will be deferred until the end of the first year, giving us time to collect transport fees and set aside the annual payment. Historically low interest rates and ownership of the ambulances at the end of the 7 payments make this a very attractive option. As discussed, the existing supply system will be enhanced. We propose to implement an equipment replacement fund to allocate money to replace equipment such as heart monitors. The BLS units will be added to our current CAD system so we can monitor and move units in real time to fill coverage gaps. We recently established an RFP for EMS billing. 9 reputable companies submitted proposals, and we are ready to post the notification of award. Torrance citizens will see no discernible change to a bill other than the change from one company to the next. This is the how. Deploying ambulances, staffing with EMTs, and implementing a robust loss prevention program. Torrance will deploy 5 BLS ambulances staffed with EMTs and 3 ALS ambulances staffed with our existing firefighter paramedics. The ALS ambulances will continue to provide the ability to scoop and run on critical and time-sensitive calls. 3 of the BLS ambulances will be staffed 24 hours a day. The other 2 BLS ambulances will be staffed 8 hours a day during peak call times. Surge protection will be provided through a contract with McCormick Ambulance. We also have mutual aid contracts with other Area G cities and with LA City Fire Department in case of a multi-casualty incident. There will be an open and continuous recruitment for this position. The fire ambulance operator will be an extension of the current cadet position within the Grow Our Own program. This position will be a full-time position. We will primarily recruit from the Grow Our Own program as well as local resources such as SoCal Rock. The minimum requirements for the fire ambulance operator are 18 years of age, a valid California driver's license, and an LA County accredited EMT. A CPAT or BIDL, which are standardized physical abilities tests, will be required as well. A basic medical examination will be part of the onboarding process. We have developed a detailed initial and continuing training program for the ambulance operators. This consists of a 40-hour training academy, 4 24-hour ride-along training shifts, and a 6-month task book, similar to other positions on the fire department. We will lease purchase 8 new ambulances that come with manufacturer warranties. We've had conversations with fleet services to determine the needs for in-house preventative maintenance. Included in the cost of the apparatus are the power costs and the power loading system for the costs. A 7-year maintenance plan is also included for the costs and the power loaders. Our current EMS supply system will be enhanced to outfit and maintain the supplies on the ambulances. LA County EMS publishes a minimum inventory for EMS supplies and equipment that we will adhere to. Every ambulance operator will be issued personal protective equipment for EMS calls, traffic accidents, and specialized events, including ballistic helmets and vests. Per the committee's request, Torrance Fire followed up with the City Attorney's Office and the Finance Department to determine the potential for increased liability with the establishment of this program. The Finance Department, based on industry experience with agency transport, reported increased exposure of liability claims with an estimated range of $115,000 to $172,000, and an increase to a policy premium of $25,000 to $50,000 annually, and an increase to workers' comp claims and a policy premium estimated around $75,000 to $85,000 annually. Costs noted will be mitigated with a robust loss prevention program to include formal EMS safety training program, EMS certifications, safety equipment, and a vehicle accident prevention training program. The TFD research like departments with similar call volume, demographics, and similar loss prevention training programs, and they reported claims payouts of $4,300 annually. Finance Department will increase existing liability insurance to offset the additional liability. I'm now going to turn the presentation over to Captain Baker, and he will discuss the financial aspects of the transportation program. Captain Baker, you have
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear.
Great. Good evening, Council. Startup costs for new ventures are usually disparate from ongoing costs. EMS transport is no different. The details provided in the Council items on pages 4 and 5 are summarized on this slide. As you know, we plan on a phased-in implementation which will allow us to make adjustments before a complete rollout. We'll also have the advantage of leveraging existing TFD ambulances while we wait for a new fleet to arrive. That said, we anticipate total first-year costs to be approximately $1.2 million. However, we will also simultaneously begin to bill transported patients with anticipated first-year revenue of $2.8 million. We can anticipate net cost recovery of over $1 million in the first year. This number is including all operating expenses and loss of pass-through revenue that we receive from our current transport provider. Of course, cost recovery is not immediate, which is why we're allocating approximately $600,000 of seed money to cover startup costs. These funds will be transferred from existing fire department fees to be paid back within the first 2 years of this transport project. Looking at recurring operational costs, we anticipate annual ongoing costs of $2.8 million, with total cost recovery of just under $2.4 million. Again,